Well, hello everyone. Welcome to another Tuesday Trucker Talk. I'm Trucker Todd, and tonight is going to be a little bit different show than what we would normally do on a Tuesday night. I had not one, not two, but actually three different people set up for tonight, and all three of them canceled at the last minute. One of them found out that I was going to be at Matt's, and he wants to meet with me, have lunch with me there, and do an interview there. He's also head of the recruiting department for a pretty large trucking company, or well, I guess a medium sized trucking company. And he wants me to kind of do like Mother Trucker did with Night Swift and go check out their terminal and, interview some of the people there. So he's definitely going to be moved to the future. Another one was a driver, kind of like what we did with Joe Wentz, that was going to come on tonight. And due to signal issues, he didn't feel like he was going to be in a good enough signal area to do that. And another one, I'll just be honest with you, it's one I'd been working on for a few weeks, and he kind of caved to peer pressure from other YouTube channels and is not willing to come on at this point. Might be willing to come on in the future. Now, that intro you just saw, I see people are already talking about it. 601 Trucker says intro looks good. My good friend Joe Wentz from uh, the Joe Wentz Project TV that was on here not too long ago did that for me. I'm really grateful to him for that. Um, you know, uh, a lot of people, being the host of a show like this is a lot like being the quarterback of a football team. I get kind of a lot of the credit and stuff, but there's a lot of people behind the scenes that do a lot of stuff to make it possible. And I get a lot of great advice from several of you off the air, and so I'm thankful to each and every one of them, even if I don't get to mention them in every video as much as I want to. Um, you guys, I've said in other videos, the mayor gives me a lot of great advice. We don't always agree, but he gives me a lot of good advice, and sometimes we have some pretty good arguments. But so far, we've been able to get over it and still remain friends. Mr. Salamanca, whose name I like because you guys know I like Better Call Saul and I like Breaking Bad, is here with us tonight. And my other good friend, John Toohey, is here. Hello, John. And somebody I'm getting to know pretty well, Daryl, is here. Hey, Daryl, thanks for coming in. So, because I don't have the guest, I'm going to have to kind of fly by the seat of my pants tonight. We still got some things we can talk about. Uh, let's start with the obvious things. It just got announced today, or I got the email today. My LLC went through, and so now my trucking business, you may see when I put in the comments, is now Trucker Todd LLC. There's a lot of changes that's coming because of that. Let me go ahead and put some of those up. I do have a website now. I do have a different email now. If you're emailing the old one, uh, it may, I don't know why it's not scrolling, but either way, let's see if we can make it scroll. That would be what we want. There we go. There we go. So there's the email. There's the website. Check those out when you get some spare time. That's one of the big things that came out of the LLC, and there's going to be a lot more changes coming as a result of that. Also, a reminder. Wow, we got Dirty Diesel here tonight too. Thanks for coming in, man. Glad to have you here. So the other things that are going on, I am still going to be at Matt's at the end of this month in Louisville. Hopefully you guys can see me there. I it's still up in the air if I'll be appearing at some other booths or if I'll just be doing that deal on Friday at noon or around that time, 1 p.m. with a trucker CFO. But we're still putting that all together. Another thing, and there's some funny stuff to get to too. Uh, the load board update today, in my opinion, it still wasn't a lot of information. They said that the developers had presented them with a mock-up that would have that would show the extra stops on there, and that would show appointment windows and things like that. But it's just a mock-up. They still have to build it. They also said that they showed them a mock-up of where they would have corrected appointment times in the load board, but again, they're still working on that. They're also working on 3-minute refreshes. So right now it takes us about 30 minutes for the load board to refresh, and they're trying to get that down to 3 minutes. And that's another thing that, again, it's not live yet. They said they would text us if the update come out today, and we didn't receive a text. So basically it was nothing again, but hopefully it's in the real near future. The thing that did shock me most out of today's meeting was they said that they have a goal of having it up for everybody by August. I think that's a pretty lofty goal, and it's pretty optimistic, but we'll see. They've still got a long way to go. They can't even add new people yet. Johnny GTO, thanks man for the 4.99. He says, "Hey Mr. Todd, I've been following you for years. You are always friendly and kind and always have good information. Keep it rolling, Todd." Thanks. I really needed that. This was a tough week. I took a lot of criticism, a lot of stuff happened, and you guys don't realize sometimes when y'all send me a comment like that, it really can change your outlook on a day. And so I really appreciate that. I had a guy that passed through Lubbock the other day, and he sent me a really nice email that was really encouraging. And I really appreciate each and every one of you. If you missed the earlier part of the show, I was mentioning, somebody kind of got on to me in the comments for using the word "we" about the website and the email, but there really is a whole lot of you people that are helping me behind the scenes, and I really appreciate each and every one of you. Even if I never get you called out by name, I do want to make sure and thank each and every one of you. I don't believe for a second this load board is going to be ready by August, but that's what they're shooting for. Uh, Something funny that happened this week, and it ticked off a lot of people, but I thought it was hilarious. Uh, Swift sponsored a NASCAR. Yes, you heard it right. And some of the drivers were mad and thought that money could have been allocated better. I thought it was hilarious, and I'll tell you why. Take your favorite Swift joke, whatever it is, and apply it to NASCAR, and it suddenly becomes funny all over again. So if you were sick and tired of hearing Swift jokes, and you're like, "Oh, I can't stand another Swift joke," they all just became funny again because you can put a NASCAR spin on it. Whether it be that the NASCAR will be governed at 57 miles an hour, whether it will be that I've seen all kinds of stuff this week. So take your favorite NASCAR joke and combine it with Swift, and it gets even funnier. So I understand why they did it. Once upon a time in YouTube trucking. Hey, thanks for being here. Uh, yeah, I think it's hilarious. I know some people were upset about it. I realize why they do it. NASCAR has a huge following in the South. Southern people are generally stereotypically more country, more truck drivery. So is truck drivery a word? Anyway, it's geared towards their target audience, and maybe it'll result in a lot of recruits, especially if that car does well in racing. But I wonder if the first time it hits the wall, it'll appear in an episode of Bonehead Truckers. Or wouldn't it be hilarious if it was backing out of pit row and it backed into something? I mean, I could go all night on jokes about Swift being in NASCAR. But the short answer is it didn't upset me at all. I thought it was hilarious. And of course, one joke that's out there, we have to throw it out there. We know when they go to fill that NASCAR up, it won't get any type of fuel discount, but it will get a nickel rebate later on. So I don't know about the tire situation, if they're on a national account with Goodyear or if they'll have to go to a TA or Love's and put it in eShop. But there's just, to me, it's hilarious. And I'm sure if you give it some thought, you'll find the humor in it too. My friend Daryl says, Swift NASCAR will hit everything except the finish line. Uh, yeah, that's funny. I wonder if the NASCAR driver will have to ride with a trainer for 6 weeks before he can be in his own truck. And Swift is considering some possible changes that will tick off a lot of people. They are considering modifying the terms and conditions of when you can do a trip lease and when you can port your truck out. Obviously, these things would probably have to have some changes to the contract. I'm not a lawyer, but it's bound to create a lot of controversy and upset a lot of people. And so that's basically it this week. I also did a video about I'd been wrong most of my life, and it was talking about being locked into being a truck driver and not realizing that I could do other things outside of trucking, and honestly, not even realizing the importance of good time management. I'm on a pretty well, it's a self-imposed. I'm on a pretty tight load right now, but it's self-imposed. Doesn't deliver till Friday morning. I'm going to try to deliver it tomorrow night. I may have to sit up there. If I do, I'll get a hotel and take a 34. But if I take a 34, I'll be using that time productively. Those of you that have talked to me on the phone, sometimes when I get frustrated, you'll hear me say, I've got an audio book that I've been trying for like 4 months to listen to, and I haven't got to finish it yet. And it's not like an educational book. It's a John Grisham book, and it's honestly not one of his better books in my opinion. But that's why it hadn't. It's kind of got backburnered. I've got 3 different video game systems in here, and I hadn't played any of them in several weeks. I stay busy. I've got satellite radio. I rarely listen to it because I'm doing things. I'm on the phone. I'm making things happen, and that's what you got to be. If freight's slow, you should be doing other things so that you don't have all your eggs in one basket. And that was the purpose of that video. We can sure talk about that if you want. And let's see what else we got here. Sydney's here. That was a one-time deal because it was in Phoenix, not a full-time deal. Oh, the race car's not a full-time deal. It was my understanding it was. But we're still going to make fun of it either way. Let's see here. Is the driver of the NASCAR leasing it, or will he be a company driver? Exactly. Well, he's probably leasing it, but he can't pay his truck off early, and there's probably a huge balloon payment at the end. Um, Also, I'd be curious to know if he could get that on the MRP program and only pay for 20% of his repairs. Oh boy, this is fun. My good friend that we just finished talking about is here. The Joe Wentz Project TV. Good evening, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Yes, sir. And you're getting a lot of positive feedback on that intro you made me. I think we're going to start using it in all the lives, and I appreciate you. The mayor wants to know if the NASCAR will have smart drive. Well, if it does, they're going to get him a lot of following too close violations and uh, definitely some over speeds and over revs. But oh man, this is just hilarious. All of you, each and every one of you, when you're driving and you start to get sleepy, just start making yourself laugh by thinking of all the things you can. As I said, every single Swift joke you've ever heard your entire driving career, apply NASCAR to it now and it becomes funny all over again. And so, uh, what's on you guys' mind tonight? I've rambled for 15 minutes. Uh, this is the most fun I've had in a while, though, because it was fun to watch drivers overreact, but it was more fun to make fun of it. And so, oh boy. But I would have liked to have been in Phoenix. I missed it by a day or two. I would have liked to have seen it. I went to the Speedway in where is it, over there in Fort Worth with my uncle one year, and watched a race and got to see inside a car. And the one thing that will stick out in your mind is how incredibly loud it is. It was a fairly boring race that we went to watch. There wasn't any wrecks, and it was extremely loud. I wish I would have rented the earphones. But yeah, I get why people like it. It's a lot more fun in person than it is watching it on TV. But if there's no crashes, it's just a bunch of cars making left turns. But let's see, who else have we got here tonight? We got 32 of you, so everybody please go hit the thumbs up, share this video out so we can get more people in here. And like I said, we don't have a lot of meat on the bone tonight, but we can make fun of the Swift NASCAR. Have you met Roadrunner Nia, Swift driver girl? No, I have not. I hadn't even heard of her, to be honest. But I'll make a note of that, and I will try to check her out and see what she's about. If she's got some good videos, I may try to get her on the show or do something collaborative. YouTubers are kind of a weird bunch. It's if they're a pretty big channel and and everything, they usually don't want to work with a channel of my size. And if they're way smaller, they usually want to, but you kind of have to weigh the pros and cons of it. You never know what they're going to say. And so we'll see. I'll be happy to check her out, though. Insurance. What are the differences between what you have and Seabright? That's actually a really good question that I'm developing the answer on. You know, I want to talk about that for a second. From the beginning, I've said that I got OIDA, their insurance, because it was the cheapest thing I could find that would help the most people. I've said since that time, if several other guys was looking, there was a lot of controversy over it, and I'm going to say their name so that I don't get accused of being afraid to say their name. Contractors Corner made a deal with Seabright, and I haven't had a chance to check it out yet. I'm going to check it out. I would love to bring the Seabright people on here next Tuesday. If they're listening, they want to come on here next Tuesday. All they got to do is email me. My email's at the bottom. They can get with Charlie and Jeff of Contractors Corner. They both have my phone number. I would love to bring them on, ask them questions, and I'll be really fair to them. And if it's a better deal, I'll switch on right on the air. I'll tell them right to their face, hey, I want to switch to your insurance. If I don't feel like it's a better deal, then I'll still hear what they have to say, and it may be a better deal for some people. One thing that they are saying that they have that might be better is they do provide gap coverage on as one of their options. And so I'm all about saving money. I'm all about getting the best coverage you can get. And if somebody found something better that was custom made for Swift drivers, then I'll be happy to look at it. One thing that does concern me about it is if you leave Swift, your rates go way up, that it's a special policy for Swift drivers. And I would like something a little more portable, but I'm definitely open minded, and I don't mind giving Contractors Corner credit and saying, hey, they found a viable option that's different than mine. And if it's better, I'll be willing to switch as well. Hey, Jack, glad you're here. My mind is blown that Swift will dump money into NASCAR sponsorships instead of paying the drivers more. That's how you know you work for best in class. Yeah, the only thing I'll say about that is I'm content with what I'm paid here at Swift. I don't feel like I'm underpaid, and but at the same time, I would always accept more money. I do feel like there's room for growth in the pay structure, not just here, but in trucking across the board. But that's something that has to be negotiated out over time. Like I said, I know why they did it because it'll probably get them some drivers, and it'll probably encourage some guys to join truck driving school. And it's good advertising. NASCAR will sell a lot of merchandise with Swift logos on it, even if it was a 1 week deal or if it's a permanent deal. Um, I didn't get any clarification in the video I saw about how long term the plans were for it, but yeah, that's what I would say about that. When you go to the terminals, you don't see a lot of people in the break rooms complaining about pay. You do see people complaining out on the road about having trouble finding empty trailers. You do hear people complain from time to time about not being able to find a load, but I think that's industry wide, not right now, and not just a Swift thing. And so, yeah, I would have liked to have seen them maybe invest in getting some more freight, maybe upgrades to the sales department or something like that. Because I'll tell you point blank, you guys know that I worked in sales for several years. I could go work in their sales department for a month and I'd pull some freight in. But anyway, I'm probably going to get scolded for saying that, but it's the truth. Did you find any information on the autonomous company Embark going out of business? I did not, but let me see right now while I got you on air if I can find something about it. Because I did look one day, and granted, it was kind of a quick look. But after I do that, I want to talk kind of on the broader point of Embark. Okay, I'm on their website. Give me just a second. This will be, this is something that could be, there's no mention of it on their website. Let's see if there's any news articles about it. Okay, so here's what I found online about it. It says that they are laying off about 70% of the company. And so they're closing their Southern California and Houston offices. And heavy duty trucking reported that they could be closing their doors. Now, I would say, and this is what I want to say about this. This is why I haven't worried about this very much at all. I'm trying to bring myself back up. Sorry it's taken so long. The reason I don't worry about things like this right here is because the market tends to take care of these things. This was nothing more, in my opinion, than an investment grab. It sounded great. It got all the trucking companies excited because they saw a world one day where they might not have to pay drivers, or they might have to pay a lot less drivers. They saw a world one day where even if they had to have a driver in the truck, they could pay him substantially less because he didn't have to be in full control of the vehicle. But it's just like electric trucks. The infrastructure's not there. It would cost billions and billions of dollars to do it, and it would take years. And some of these trucks that these autonomous trucks they were trying to come out with would even require special highways and special lanes. And so it doesn't surprise me if that Embark might go out of business, could go out of business, is having financial trouble, stuff like that. And let's see here. Let's get into some more comments. Thank you for bringing that up, Corey. Though I'll do a video on it, and I'll research it more after the show. Slow wagon and fast traffic. That'll definitely be true in NASCAR. here's a truck going 65, 68 miles an hour, 63, I think, if it's a company, or 64 if it's a company driver. Wouldn't it be cool? Hey, y'all think about this for a second. Wouldn't it be cool if Prime Inc. sponsored a NASCAR and Prime Inc. and Swift drag raced around the NASCAR track? One of them's doing 64, one of them's doing 65. They're taking forever to pass each other. Can you imagine all the NASCAR drivers behind them getting frustrated and road rage trying to get around them? It'd be hilarious. Hey, Todd and chat. Hey, friend, I'm glad you're here. We were actually talking about you last week. I didn't see you here last week, and I was like, I hope she's okay. Maybe she's on home time or something. But somebody mentioned last week that they didn't see you in here, so we're glad you back. Huh, we're glad you're back. We're just kind of making fun of the Swift NASCAR, and like I said, a lot of drivers got upset about it. I thought it was hilarious, and we were talking about two or three other things. Embark, which is the company that Swift was kind of beta testing a couple of their autonomous trucks, had had laid off 70% of their staff and had closed their Houston and Southern California offices, and so we were kind of talking about that as well. Fran says it's not a better deal. I missed it. What you're talking about is not a better deal. So Swift is on a sliding mileage pay scale, ranges from $1.15 to $1.36 a mile, I believe it is. Depends on length of haul. And then you get 85 cents a mile deadhead. Now, on the loaded miles, there is a fuel surcharge. I'm no longer giving that amount out because for 2 weeks in a row, Swift put the wrong information on the website, and other YouTube channels made fun of me for believing what Swift told me. So I'm not going to comment on that anymore. If you work at Swift, then you can look on the portal or on your settlements and see what it is on your pending settlement. If you don't work at Swift, you can ask a recruiter and they can tell you. Well, I generally agree. Charlie from Contractors Corner says that, oh, I get it. She's talking about the insurance is not a good deal. I haven't looked at it. I want to be fair to it. Um, so I'm willing to take a look at it. I would love to have those guys on. ES Advantage, I've reached out to them on multiple times. It's my understanding that they've received some pressure and been asked to not come on my show. I don't know why they wouldn't want to come on my show and promote their product, especially since I love their fuel card and I've said pretty good things about them. Hopefully, some of you guys, if you talk to ES Advantage, you can encourage them to come on. But it's been told to me that they've received outside pressure not to come on my show, and that's fine. That's a business decision. I'm still willing to look at their insurance, and I'm still going to talk about it either way. So it'd be better if they came on and gave me their thoughts on it rather than just what I gather on my own, but it's up to them. Now, gap insurance, for those that don't know, in the event you're in an accident, it pays the difference between what the insurance pays and what you actually owe. So sometimes that can be a significant amount, several $1,000s. Sometimes it can be nothing. I asked Swift about if gap insurance was on their policy that we all had when we had Swift insurance. And I kind of got a gray area, but basically what they said was that if uh, if somebody had a balance after that, that they kind of just swept it under the rug. So that's not the kind of clear answer you'd like to get, but that seems to be what the policy was. I've heard from other YouTubers that Swift claims could be kind of slow and that this Seabright is supposed to have a faster claims process. I had a windshield put in my truck using the OIDA insurance, and it was a very fast, seamless claims process. I just paid for it up front, and they mailed me a check, and they were actually going to take care of it to where I didn't even have to pay up front. But SafeLight couldn't put the windshield on, and I had to go to a Swift terminal. And so, um, Gap's one of those things. When I sold cars, they encouraged us to sell Gap insurance because it increased your commission, and people rarely get any benefit out of it. But in that one in a million shot that you had a wreck and your truck was worth a lot less than what you owed on it, um, then it might benefit you. And I'm willing to look at it both ways. Gap's usually pretty cheap, so I don't imagine it's a major expense. And I don't know if that Seabright could sell you just Gap or if you have to get all your insurance from them. Those are the kind of questions I'm going to ask. But uh, Gap traditionally is more for, like Fran's talking about, for an actual purchase and not for a lease. But they've found a way to squeeze it in here. And let's see what else we got here. These drivers are not going to stay no matter what these companies pay. They will still bounce around. Yeah, the that's something I want to talk about. We were talking about SFI the other day, and a driver actually worked at Snyder, and he said he had just paid his truck off, and he said they told him less than 5% complete their lease. And he took that as bad on Schneider. And I said, wait a second now, think about that for a second. I bet less than 5% of drivers stay at any company for 4 years, period. So, I mean, things happen, health problems, family problems, um, disputes with the company. It's in this day and age, our grandparents would work at the same factory for 40 years and retire. Very few people do that anymore. My uncle's been at his job for 20 something years, but for everyone like my uncle, there's several people that hop jobs once a year, once every couple of years, things like that. I've had a couple of companies I worked at 5 years, but a lot of companies I work at 2 years, 3 years, and then I move on. Sometimes for various reasons. Sometimes it's um, well, sometimes it's family related, just all kinds of stuff. So I get it. And but I would like to see, in finishing up on the comment of Fran, I would like to see something that's a little more portable. Like my OIDA, I could switch companies today, and my rate might change a little because I'd be running under a different DOT number. But from what I've heard in the clips I've saw from Contractors Corner, it could go up significantly if uh, if if you switch to a different company. And they let's give them a little credit for a second. They negotiated a pretty good deal. It sounds like I'm still checking on it, and so I'm willing to look at it, but I'm not just gonna blindly support it without checking it out. And I'm a little suspicious that them or anybody else would purposefully try to hide it from me or keep me from looking at it. If it's such a great deal, they should want me to use my platform to show it to as many people as we can, because the way insurance works, the more people you get in the pool, the cheaper the rates are because it spreads the risk out. And so I could actually benefit them more if they were willing to talk to me, but that doesn't seem like something that's real important to them right now. Let's see here. A lot of freight coming out of Texas and Virginia for some odd reason. I hope you're right, Jack. It's about time. It's about time. So the person you want to ask for at OIDA is Linda Young, and you're probably not going to get her. But the reason you want to remember that name is if you get somebody else and they don't know who Trucker Todd is, she can walk over and ask Linda Young, what does Trucker Todd have? And they can get you that. I don't receive any commission from OIDA. I promise you. The only reason I say mention me is that it makes sure that you get all the coverages that Swift is going to require. You do need to know the stipulated loss value of your truck for the week that you want to start coverage. So you need to look in your contract. It lists your payoff each week, and you need to have that number there and insure it for at least that amount. So if it says 175,000, you could do it for 180, 185 theoretically, but you want to make sure that you don't do it for 170 if it says you owe 175. And so that's how that works. And you're going to need that information if you call Seabright too. So just keep that in mind. If you call Seabright, tell them you want the contractor's corner plan, because same thing, they claim they're not getting a commission, but they're going to know what you need to be compliant with Swift. And it still has to get sent over to, uh, I forget the company. I had it on the tip of my brain a minute ago. Uh, the people at the insurance at Swift to get verified that it meets the requirements. So, how's Jason doing at Swift? We hadn't heard from him. So, I haven't heard much from Jason either, to be honest. Um, he texted me today, and there was a driver that had some questions, and he asked if he could give that driver my phone number, and I said sure. So, Jason gave my phone number to a driver today, and I talked to him for a little bit. I did ask him if he was at Swift because I just thought it was a little unusual that he would send me a driver if he was still at Swift. And he said, yeah, he was still at Swift. And he was kind of surprised that I was asking. So that would lead me to believe that he doesn't have any plans of leaving Swift. But I did ask him, and he said he's still here. But that was the extent of our conversation. It was all text, and it was 3 or 4 messages, and it was done. I don't really have any good information to share regarding him. Ah, you was on home time. Well, good for you. We, I guess some of the commenters here missed you, and we're uh, we're glad you're back now. Yeah, I'm not a huge NASCAR fan either, but I like watching the wrecks. To me, it's kind of fun, especially if nobody gets hurt. It's kind of like watching wrestling. I like watching all the moves and the flips and stuff. But if somebody gets seriously injured, I don't like seeing that. All right, RJ, have a great night. Thanks for coming in as long as you could. And watch the replay later if you get a chance. You never know what's going to happen in here. Cheapest place to get fuel right now is Oklahoma. Yeah, um, it usually is one of the cheaper places. I got desperate and had to buy some in Texas earlier, but yeah, I was trying to hold out for Oklahoma. That insurance they're pushing on the other channel, they're only saving $68 or something like that, and they opt in for stuff they don't you need, usually gap in the lease. That's why we don't need it. Yeah, something about that too. Now I'm gonna get myself in trouble, but let's just do it. They're to inflate their savings, they are comparing it to what insurance prices at Swift have gone up to. So all of us, not just them, thought when the insurance said it could go up 6%, we thought that they were talking about the premiums would go up 6%. What they were talking about was 6% of the value of the truck, the way I understand it. So I'm sure if I've got one of these details wrong, they're going to put out a video making fun of me instead of calling me so I can correct it, because they've all got my number. They've all got my email. Heck, they've passed it out on the internet. So a lot of people have my name and number that didn't have it. But anyway, I was saving about $140 over what I was paying. A lot of people's insurance are going up 85, $95 a week. So now I'm really saving money. And so a lot of guys are paying around $200 a week right now for insurance, and we were paying like 130 something before. So um, it's just like when you go to Red Lobster, you expect a different quality of seafood than if you go to Long John Silver's. Well, it's the same for this insurance. If it's going to be a lot more expensive than OIDA, then I'm expecting a lot better coverage. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Again, I haven't looked at it yet. I've been trying for about 2 or 3 weeks now to get someone with that insurance to come on the show, talk to me about it. Let's put out good information. But like I said, they've received pressure not to come on my show, and I think we all know who's pressuring them. So it is what it is. Well, that's my first thought. But let's keep in mind for since November, they've needed to find some way to differentiate their insurance to say it's better so they didn't have to get OIDA. And they, this is the way they're doing it. Well, they're saying, oh, we get GAP. And I'm sure there's some other stuff. And we're not going to know unless they come on this channel. We're going to have to go with what they say or contact Seabright. But I'm just skeptical of anybody that's afraid to come on this show and tell me about their product. I'm uh, I'm the most successful YouTuber at Swift. I'm just going to throw that out there. I've got the best analytics. There are people with more subscribers, but my analytics are better. And I would think if you have an insurance product, you would want to you'd want to bring it on this show and expose it to as many people as you can. And that doesn't seem like something that's important to them. And hey, it's their business; they can do what they want to do. 601 trucker wanted to know what Fran's savings with OIDA was. Fran says she saves over $500 a month. I'm assuming. Yes, that would be a month. Plus, OIDA is well known, so you don't have any problems with them. Yeah, I didn't. When I called them about the windshield, and this is my only claim experience with OIDA. And I said, hey, I want to get it done in Lubbock at Safelite. And they said, have you made an appointment yet? I said, no, not yet. They said, you want us to set it up for you? I said, sure. They set the appointment up, but I could have set it up, but they took care of that headache for me. And it was just Safelite couldn't do it because of the rain sensing wipers and lane keeping assist and things like that. So I ended up having to go to a Swift terminal, and Swift was having trouble getting them the stuff they needed because Swift usually just pulls it out of your maintenance account. So I told OIDA, hey, can I just pay for it and y'all reimburse me? And they said, sure, that'd be great. So I sent them the receipt when it got done. And about 2 weeks later, I had a check in the mail. And so uh, my one uh, my one claim experience was pretty good. Hey, 601, if you do call them, email me and let me know what they tell you. The reason is it gives me information. If you call them and they're twice as high as Swift, I want to know that. If you call them and they're kind of dodgy and cagey, I want to know that too. Or if you have a great experience, I want to know that. So it just gives me information to share with other people. As you know, there's been an ongoing effort to try to keep me from getting a lot of information, and so you guys really help me a lot when y'all help me get those kind of facts that I can share. Fran says she only has what Swift requires. I did put towing in it. That was only $10 more. Yeah, that's one thing I think I'm going to add very soon. Definitely if I start using the Volvo and give Swift their truck back, because man, it Well, you figure $10 a month for a year is $120, and a tow bill can be seven, 800, thousand, $1,200. So it's definitely something that I want to inquire about, and I'll be contacting Linda Young and asking her about that. But I wanted something that everybody could get, and it's the most people. It's not perfect, and I said at some point somebody's going to find something better, and so hopefully they did, and if they did, I'll get on here and cheer it on, and I'll talk about what a great find Contractors Corner had. I don't mind doing that, but I'm not just going to jump on it because it's the cool thing and that's what everybody's doing right now. I'm running a business, and now I'm running an LLC. For those of you that missed it at the start of the show, I'm now Trucker Todd LLC, and there is a website, there is an email that's in the ticker, and so some of the other stuff's going away. Wesley says hello. Hey Wesley, that's I talked to him earlier today. Glad you're here, man. I don't care if Swift was $1 or 100 cheaper. I don't want Swift watching me and giving me points, and all of a sudden they say I've broke my contract. Yep, I just had a guy call me today that had two instances with the smart drive camera where it was necessary for him to make a U-turn, and they called him and coached him, and he was scared he was going to get fired over it. And so they may not call it coaching, but there is still a form of coaching. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but we can use any camera or no camera at all with outside insurance. Correct. That's correct. If you get your outside insurance, you can do what you want. I actually bought the Samsara, and Swift doesn't have access to it, but I bought it to make YouTube videos. I'll just be honest, so that I could tell people if it's a good option or a bad option. Swift and I did have conversations about me running the Netrodyne camera, which is one of them they're pushing, or the smart drive, so that I could make videos and talk about my experience. But I opted out of that and went with the Samsara instead. And I was going to do it even having, I was going to get my own insurance either way. But especially when I found out it was going up. Yeah, Swift is not cheaper. I agree. I have not had one person call me and say, hey, I called Seabright, I called OIDA, and Swift is cheaper. I'm sure there's a rare instance somewhere where somebody saves money with Swift insurance, but I haven't met that driver yet. Let's see. Drivers work at a company for a while and then move on for the sign on bonus. Yeah, at the house I lived at before, I used to have a neighbor across the street that every single time I came home, he worked at a different company. And I figure that's what he was doing. He was getting the sign on bonus and, maybe working there 30 or 60 days and quitting and going to the next company. But eventually that catches up with you. A lot of companies have a policy that you can only work so many jobs in the past year, so many jobs in the past 2 years or 5 years. And so you really want to try to vet these companies and pick a good one so you're not having to hop a lot. And you've seen me here. I've had some times when I'm extremely frustrated with Swift, but I don't just pick up and leave because uh, you know, I like it here. The good outweighs the bad. And I'm not telling any of you to lease a truck. I'm not telling any of you to come to work here. I'm just telling you that I like it here. And I'm telling you what I like about it. And if you want to come here, I'll help you. If you need advice when you get here, I'll help you. I spent, and he's in the chat now. I spent a significant amount of time on the phone with a guy today that I knew for a fact I wasn't going to make a penny off of him, but I still wanted to help him, and so that's just a fact. You need a camera for your protection. Go get a Garmin at a truck stop. Yeah, when I called OIDA, they didn't care what kind of camera you had. They just said if you had one, they would cut your deductible in half. I'm pretty happy with my Garmin GPS, so I imagine the dash cam's really good too. I used to have a Nexar that I really, really like, and the only problem with it was it recorded in-cab audio, and their technical support at Nexar said there wasn't any way to turn that off. And I'm not a big fan of in-cab audio for obvious reasons. It's okay, Mark. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for coming in. Mark says hit the like button. I second that. Please hit the like button. It helps me a lot. It gets me higher in the algorithms. And while you're there, scroll to the right just a little and hit share and put it on your social media platforms. Let's get this out there. It really helps, and the more people we get in here, the more good information we can share. I have one. I was just making sure we didn't have to have a Swift approved camera. No, you only have to have the Swift approved camera if you are going to use their insurance. Wow, Mark is killing it. 9.3 miles per gallon on his last IFTA. That's what I'm talking about. When you get up in those kind of ranges, there's no way you're not making good money. It's a way to go, Mark. That's something to be proud of for sure. Yeah, you don't need nothing Swift has to offer. I agree. Try to try to separate yourself from the company as much as you can. Obviously, you've got your truck from them, but if you can get your own insurance, if you can get your own camera, if you can get on the load board and book your own loads, the better off you're going to be in the long run. Whether you stay at Swift 2 more weeks or 2 more lifetimes, you're gaining experience that you can use in the future. And so, and if an AB5 thing ever hits, then you have got several examples of how you've separated yourself from the company. And that's actually one of the biggest draws to why I want to use that Volvo I've got. So you're right behind me, man. You might catch me, but I'm not going to Oklahoma City. It's not going to say in the lease, but it's well known for leasing company to have that in place. Yeah, I agree. And let's just be honest here. This is part of the problems I've had with Swift lately. There's a lot of things that are changing. And I mentioned it earlier. They're talking about making changes to trip leasing. They're talking about making changes to the portability clause in the contract. So I uh, I would say that everything's up for debate, and just be careful. Have a backup plan no matter where you work. I agree with you, Wesley. I told you that place ain't bad. Did you have any trouble finding it, or did the information I give you help? Fran said, "That's Mark. That's great, Mark." You should see power only insurance is out of this world. Yeah, I bet. Just because you could be hauling so many diverse things, I can see why that might be high, but I've never tried to get a quote on power only. Why care? Let them have that insurance to each their own. Because we got to remember what my goal is here. My goal is to help people. And if they've come up with an insurance that is cheaper, that offers better coverage, that helps people, then I'd be happy to promote it because at the end of the day, I don't have any pride in this. I'm just trying to help drivers. And so that's why I'm curious about it. And several people have contacted me about several other insurances. And what's that other one? True North. There's been several. And so if they've got something better, then I'll definitely look at it. Yeah, OIDA does offer the occupational accident. When I looked at it, it was within $1 of what Swift offered it for. My original thinking was I would keep Swifts because in the event I got hurt on the job, it'd be easier to file a claim. But after I just gave myself the speech about separating yourself from a company as much as you can, I'm thinking I might go get OIDA's insurance coverage for the uh, accident, the occupational accident as well, just to protect myself. So this Freightliner's been running great. I haven't had any issues, and so I'm really happy with it. But and that's why a lot of people think I'm crazy to jump out of a perfectly floating ship and go run that Volvo. But I just think it's something that's probably going to happen at some point, especially with all the changes here at Swift and the uncertainty. It makes a lot of sense to me, but we'll see what happens. Things are could change at any moment. Never had glass coverage. It costs you the same if what you pay for insurance. Yeah, the policy I got it was included in my coverage. I've been kind of from the standpoint as you, windshield's $500 or $600 usually, and so it was included in my coverage, and that's why I got it. But at Swift, I did have uh, the the glass coverage too. Now that I think about it, and I think it wasn't very expensive at all. But I can see why you wouldn't pay for it. I've gone years without having to get windshields, and here lately I've had to get one, just that one. But yeah, generally if you're not following too close and you're not on a lot of gravel roads, you don't go through a lot of windshields. But man, road conditions have declined a lot. Yeah, we agree on this, Fran. Shouldn't have more than one breakage anyway. If you do, you need to increase your following distance. Exactly. Exactly. I said that in a video and somebody jumped on me and said, oh no, that a truck was going the other way and it threw up a rock and hit his windshield. Yeah, there's going to be exceptions to the rule. But if you're getting 3 or 4 windshields a year, you're probably tailgating, or you're working construction and you're doing a lot of oil field roads and things like that. Yes, 601 trucker, you have to have everything you have on your current lease. Yeah, that's why I tell you guys to tell them you want what trucker Todd has, because they can go in there and look at my policy and make sure you've got everything I've got. And then you're not going to get held up. That company I was trying to think of earlier was TransStar. So when they send it over to TransStar, they're not going to kick it back. I hate for you to buy a bunch of stuff you don't need or to underinsure, and then TransStar kicks it back and it's a different quote than what you thought it was going to be. So it's just easier. I swear to you, I'm not getting a commission from OIDA. That's the only reason I say use my name, is so that you can get the coverage you need. And if you work at another company, you don't even have to mention me. You can, unless you just want what I got, you can call them and get a quote. Uh, it doesn't affect me financially at all. I'm just trying to help people. And if I was to bring on that Starbright and talk about their insurance, I wouldn't receive a commission from them either. It would just be me trying to help people. My friend Christian is here. Hey, Christian. He says his new Peterbilt is getting 11.4 deadhead. That is not bad at all. So how's Trucker CFO doing? We're doing great. He's actually helping me set up my LLC. He just emailed me today and said it went through. And so he's still going to be coming on the last Tuesday of every month, and we're going to talk. And I'm actually meeting up with him at Matt's on Friday. We don't have the exact time yet, but we're going to be giving out a lot of merch, t-shirts and stuff like that. So you guys stay tuned. Make sure you're subscribed, and there will be details coming in the coming weeks about where we're going to be and when and all that. We're not going to have a booth, we'll just be somewhere in the facility doing that. We're going to try to do a live stream while that's going on. The mayor that's in here is going to be the camera guy. So come on out and get you some swag and shake hands and all that good stuff. Get to know Trucker CFO, and maybe there'll be a chance for you to ask him some tax questions. But Jessica, the girl I work with at Trucker CFO, has been great, very helpful. I called her this week and asked her some questions, and it's such a step up from ATBS, and I mean that sincerely. So I hope you'll give them a call. I hope you'll tell them you seen me talk about them, because what it does when you guys call and say, "Hey, I saw you on Trucker Todd," or "I heard Trucker Todd talking about you," or something like that, it makes them want to come on here and do more shows with me. And if you don't mention me, if you're so worried that I'm going to get a commission or something that you don't mention me, and they have 3 or 4 weeks where nobody calls in and says, "Hey, Trucker Todd sent me," then they're going to quit coming on the show, and they're gonna invest their time somewhere where it's more productive. And so that's why I like for you guys to mention me, because it makes them want to come on here. It makes them want to have me at Matt's to help hand out T-shirts and stuff like that. And we all benefit from it, because then we're getting information, we're getting answers to our taxes, because I'm not I'm not qualified to answer those questions. And that's why I like to have him on once a month to do that. And as long as y'all keep pitching good questions, we'll keep having him on. If we run out of questions, then we might move it to, quarterly or something like that. But as long as y'all have good questions, I'll keep bringing him back. Fran says, "Oh, yes, they do. It's in that contract. I don't remember what page." Yeah, it's in there. The main thing they need is the stipulated loss value of your truck, which is the page that shows all the dates there, the weekly dates, and what the payoff is on that date. And you've got to insure it for at least that amount or more. But it's pretty easy to find in your contract. Well, I got my truck with Swift with that smart drive. This truck is great. All I need to do is make money. Congratulations, D Train. Let us know how it's going for you. Uh, we like hearing those stories. They don't care what brand, but I had to do certain things. I missed something. Sometimes it doesn't put up all the comments. For some reason, my MPG says 75.9. I'm going to see how much $500 gets me. Wow, if you're getting, so you must have one of those hybrid trucks with the batteries. Make sure you plug it in tonight when you park. That's awesome, man. 75.9. You have to be a fleet leader. Starting back in the late 90s, CB language sure has changed. Remember when White Knights of the Highway 10-4? Yeah, I'll tell you another one. You watch Smokey and the Bandit from the 70s, and they called everybody good buddy back then. But you call somebody a good buddy now, and they'll be ready to fight you. It is funny how the lingo has changed. I ended up staying with the lease, by the way. I guess I was just going through an emotional moment. Oh, cool. Yeah, I was a little confused because you said you were going to stay in real estate. But yeah, that's funny. I was on target. Yeah, I go there almost every single time I leave the house. And you got lucky. You got one that goes east. Most of them go out to California or somewhere like that. No problem, Wesley. Thank you for coming in tonight. Oh, really, Mark? What do you think about them? Because I don't know much about them. I'll be completely honest. If uh, if somebody at True North wanted to come on here, I'm willing to talk to anybody, even people I disagree with. If they can provide information that might help a driver, then let's get them on and talk to them. Don't get upset over changes. By the time you finish your lease, they back to what they said ain't gonna do. Just treat it as if they're not gonna help you with nothing. Yeah, I agree. That's the attitude I've got. But the problem I've got is I've got that perfectly good truck sitting at the house, and when you leave vehicles sitting, they deteriorate. And so I could sell it, but this is my one chance to have a paid off truck and run. And it just seems like something I might want to try, but I'm still weighing my options. I still got a few little things to get fixed on it, and I'm still waiting for the title to come in. And if I find something that makes me feel differently, then I may change my mind. But right now, that's kind of how I'm leaning. My insurance is $519 a month, and keep in mind that's for a 2022 Freightliner Cascadia, and for what I owed on it. Um, most people's insurance will be cheaper than that. What I paid 200 for mine, and that was 2 years ago. I got it from Flight, then came to the yard and put it on. Well, the difference, this windshield has that big black box in the middle, and that's evidently what makes it so expensive. It's a different windshield now. Malvern, Arkansas. I was just there the other day. Had an owl go through my jump seat window at night. Try to explain that tonight, dispatch. I can see I can see you on the phone telling them that, and they're going, who, like an owl. Oh, that's funny. I told it. I told them I wanted what you had, but I had them read the stuff to me. I took some things off that I didn't need. Yeah, that's it. That's the way to do it. As long as you have Swift's minimum coverage, that's all that matters. And I did a little bit of overkill there for sure. Yeah, the owl is funny, Jack. It's really amazing how much the price of fuel varies fuel stop to fuel stop. Yeah, and if you get away from the big five and go to the QTs and quick trips and mom and pop places, you'll see sometimes 50 or 60 cents difference from the big five. And then if you get the ES Advantage fuel card, I've had times when I was over $1 a gallon savings. They say 55 cents, but you'll beat that pretty regularly. I was talking about camera for OIDA. They don't care about brand as much as it has to. Yeah, yeah, it does. It I forget what it was. It has to be able to record, and they have to be able to retrieve it. Yeah. All right, friend. Have a great night. Thanks for coming in and for all your input tonight. Mark says he hasn't used True North yet. All right, Mark. We've got a homework assignment. We need you to go out and run into something and let us know how well the insurance claims process works. So hopefully you can do that by Thursday. Don't get injured, but run into something so that you can give us an insurance update. Of course, I'm joking. Oh boy, my screen just did something. You can lease that truck to. Yeah, my problem is I don't trust drivers. I I don't trust drivers to take care of the equipment. So I don't know what to do. Like I said, I think if I pray about it and think about it, it'll become more clear in the coming weeks. Lost the volume for a bit. Did anybody else lose the volume, or my signal's not great here, but we're getting through it. Yeah, this new windshield's something else. Like I said, Safelite couldn't even put it in. When you buy a used truck, look at the hours on the engine, replace everything that's rubber. Yeah, most of that stuff was replaced. I mean, you can tell it's new on there. And just the things I've found in the 1,200 miles I drove it and stuff, we're going to get some of that stuff fixed, and then we'll make a final decision. But nothing's for sure yet. Wife talked me into staying driving. Give it 6 months at least. Yeah, yeah, give it a try. See what happens. And you're entering in like the worst possible time. If you can make it right now, then when things get good again, you're going to be really, really good. Christian says he's got another video coming up later. I thought you had decided not to make any more videos, but I'm glad you got another one coming out. Wesley says he can hear me. That's good. I don't know what happened earlier why people were having trouble hearing me, but hopefully everything got out. If you asked me a question and didn't hear the answer or something, ask me again, and I probably missed it, and I'll come back to it. You don't need a driver. You just got a second truck to drive. You can. Yeah, I agree with you, Fran. That's the biggest reason I want to get rid of this Freightliner. I hate it slamming on the brakes and beeping and buzzing. It was fun to. I know you got to go to bed, so I'll continue while you go to bed. But thanks for coming in tonight, Fran. You know, on that drive, I said I was going to do driving impressions, and I hadn't done that yet. It was nice to not be in an automatic and to shift the gears again, and to actually feel like I was in control of the truck, and to not have it slamming on the brakes. And, you know, if I needed to gas on it a little to get around a car or truck, be able to do it. And it was nice to have big fuel tanks again. It holds 250 gallons, and it was nice to have big fuel tanks. Just a lot of stuff that I had taken for granted. It was nice to actually be the one in control again. And so that's the biggest draw to using that truck. Mine is double, I think, 250 a week, value stated at 185. Yeah, because you're on Swift's insurance, and Swift's insurance just went up significantly. And so yeah, you would see a huge savings if you contacted OIDA. But it may be one of those deals in your situation. Oh, sorry, I kicked the laptop. It may be one of those deals in your situation where you want to, if you're wanting to try it for 6 months, you want to stay with that insurance and see if it's a good fit for you, or if you want to go a different direction. But you could definitely save some money if you decided to go to outside insurance. So let's see what else we have here. Anybody else carry a small outdoor cooking grill on the back of their tractor? No, but in the old days, a lot of guys used to do that. And if you was at a truck stop on a weekend, a lot of guys would get together and grill. And it doesn't seem like guys do those kind of things anymore. I have a George Foreman in here, and I'll go to Walmart and get some steaks and stuff and cook them on the George Foreman. But it'd be nice to have a grill, and that's something you used to see a lot more of out here. I'm allowed to get insurance anywhere I want. What do you recommend for a brand new lease truck? Not anywhere you want. The insurance has to be approved by Swift. It has to meet certain criteria, and I recommend OIDA. Just Google OOIDA, call the main number, ask for Linda Young. They're not going to let you talk to her. That's okay. Get somebody else. Tell them I want what Trucker Todd's got. Most of them by now know who I am because we've had lots of people call. But if you happen to get somebody that doesn't know who Trucker Todd is, just tell them to walk over and ask Linda Young what Trucker Todd has and get a quote. Usually, when you call, they won't let you talk to somebody right away. They'll take down your name, phone number, ask you what you're looking for, and then somebody will call you back. That's okay. They will call you back. It took them about 2 days to call me back. And I was calling several insurance companies. It was back in November when we found out about all this mess. And I was vetting a lot of companies and seeing what met Swift's requirements and all of that. Um, Also, Contractors Corner has one they're pushing right now. I don't know anything about it. I've tried to get their insurance people to come on my show so I could ask questions. And it's my understanding they've received pressure and are not willing to come on my show at this time. So I'm skeptical of any insurance that, or any company in general that's afraid to answer some questions. While we're waiting for the next comment to come up, if you look right under my name there on the screen, you'll see the new website. It's www.truckertodd.net. Go check that out. It's not .com, it's .net. And also, you can email me at todd@truckertodd.net, and I'll get back to you as quick as I can and try to answer your questions and things like that. Website also has Michelle's stuff there. If you want to contact her about driving opportunities, you can call her and tell her you got it off the Trucker Todd website, or tell her you saw my videos. That does help me financially. Again, if you don't want to do it, if you're worried about my income, that's fine. I'll still help you. But if you do mention me, I would appreciate that. No Fear is here. Hey, No Fear, thanks for coming in. We've had a good time tonight. We were making fun of the new Swift NASCAR, and we had a load board update. I announced that I now have my LLC, and just a lot of things going on tonight. How is things in your world? We've been going about an hour and 17 minutes. If if we don't get a lot more comments, then I'll cut it off here pretty quick and I'll go driving. Um, but if we got comments, I'll stay as long as y'all got something to throw out there. One of my best memories being a driver was a bunch of drivers stuck in Alabama truck stop on Christmas. About 20 of us drivers had a big cookout and just talk about whatever good times. Yeah, it was I can think of one in Des Moines, Iowa that way, and I can think of a night in Denver that way where we had a really good time. And the guys now, if you tried to do that, somebody would call the cops or complain, and we just got a bunch of whiners and crybabies now. But when we say it was a different time in trucking, it was fun out here. It was like being on tour with a rock band, and I miss those days. I ain't even gonna lie. Anyone willing to give as much free information as you do should get referrals. Well, I appreciate that, but I've been, yeah, I appreciate that. It's one of those deals though. If you keep doing the right thing, good things happen. I had a football coach that used to say that. He said, "If you do the right thing, if you do the wrong thing long enough, you'll get caught. If you do the right thing long enough, you'll get results." And it's true. It's if I got on here and purposefully tried to screw people and purposefully tried to mislead people, then the word would get out about me pretty quick. But as long as I keep uh, doing the right thing, I mean, I've had guys, and this will tell you what how loyal. And I talk about this a lot. The loyalty of the people that watch this show. I've had them call and demand that I be put on their application. They're like, I want you to go back and look and make sure Trucker Todd gets it. He deserves it. He spent 2 hours on the phone with me. And I'm telling them, don't worry about it. If I don't get it, don't make a scene. They're like, no, Todd, you deserve it. And so that's what happens when you do the right thing. If you're just trying to make a quick buck, then people see through you and they don't care if you get it or not. But that's what I'll say about that. So, how good is the Swift lease? You know, for me, it's been pretty good, but obviously, I don't like everything about it. There's obviously some things I wish was different, but it's going to be that way at any company. No lease is perfect, and all of the leases are designed to benefit the company doing the leasing. So, it's definitely to their advantage, and I'm fine with that. I don't care if they make a profit. They're financing an expensive piece of equipment, but it's not perfect by any stretch of the means. It's just from my standpoint, it's one of the best leases out there. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's perfect, and I'm not even going to sit here and tell you you should do it. I'm just saying if you decide to do it, I'll help you, and that it's been good to me so far. So, this is another good question. How's freight right now? It seems like the last 10 days or so, it's started to pick up. Now, I still know guys that are sitting here and there, but overall it's been pretty good. I think it's getting better. Um, I did see a report today that it was on, I think it was on CDL Life or Freight Waves, that somebody was predicting it's going to drag out a little longer, but I've also seen a lot of analysts that think we're at the bottom and it's starting to come up. And I'm a natural optimist. I think it's going to pick up. And I've seen it. I'm staying busy. Now I'm paying for it this week. I took a load to the Phoenix area against my better judgment, and I ended up having to take a 34 out there by choice. Now I don't want to put Swift under the bus here. They had some loads going to California, and I didn't want to go to California. And I'm on a load going to North Dakota. But if I deliver it on time on Friday, this load will go on next week's pay. So even though I'm really running 3,000 miles this week, it's not going to show 3,000 because of when the cutoff is. So I'm trying to deliver it early. It's like that's why I said it's a self-imposed deadline, so that maybe I can get it on this week's pay. But if I don't, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. But I mean, freight is kind of like horsepower. And my Ford pickup is a little over 500 horsepower. It's had a lot of work done to it. And no matter how much horsepower you get, you always want more. No matter how fast your car is, you always want it faster. And freight's the same way. Even when it's good, we always wish it was a little more. And but we're going to be all right, I think. I really do. All right, 601. If you get a chance to watch the replay, please do. I don't know that we're going to go a lot longer tonight, but hopefully we'll see you Thursday. Have a great night, and thanks for your time tonight. Anything else? We're at 123. We're still holding pretty strong at about 31, but we'll probably wrap it up here if we don't get a lot more. How much you getting for miles if you get a chance to? So I try to run loads in the 5 to 800 mile range because they pay a little better, and if you can get dropping hooks at both ends, you can do pretty good. The pay rate is between $1.15 and $1.36. Then you get the fuel surcharge on top of that, and they pay your tolls, they pay your base plates, some stuff like that. It's better than it sounds, is the way I can describe it. May you and your family have good memories. Got to roll. Take care. Ah, thanks, Jack. I appreciate you being here tonight. A&A is a really great company. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about them. I may try to get one of them on here on the Tuesday night too. Just left El Paso, Texas to Vancouver, Canada for 272 a mile. Not bad in this market. Um, the last time I went to Canada was so long ago you didn't even have to have a passport back then. And I bet I walked 5 miles going to all the different offices you had to go to and stuff you had to go through. I hear now that it's all barcoded and you scan a barcode and you can go right across. So that's basically my question to you, Mark, is How long does it take to get through the border crossing? You get to actually speak to planners and CSR and choose. You get to do the same thing here. If you're at Swift, you can talk to the planners and stuff directly yourself. Matter of fact, if you work at Swift, I'll give you the phone number. Thanks, Todd, for the information from Florida. Oh, no problem. No, I remembered you were at A&A. I remember you asked me about them and another company, and I told you I'd heard good things about them. But I thought you had decided to stay in real estate. When I said I'd like to get somebody on from A&A, I meant like director of operations or head of recruiting or somebody that could do more of a representative role on there. If I bring you on and ask you questions about A&A, I could get you in trouble because, especially if you're an independent contractor, um, you may not be authorized to speak on behalf of the company. But yeah, I remembered you being over there. I don't know how I remember all this. Sometimes I feel like my brain's going to explode. But I appreciate all of you being patient with me. It's a lot to do. All right, anything else? We're at 127. Viewership's dropped off a little bit. A lot of people went to bed, which is crazy because it's only 6:30 Central Time. But I guess some of you got to get up early in the morning. I'm still going to be driving several more hours. I'm just making fun of the NASCAR and talking about the other channel, talking about Seabright Insurance. It was still pretty funny. Mark says going into Canada, there's no line, 1 minute line at the bridge, 30 minutes, but so easy. Uh, have you ever had them pull you over and like search your truck like they do or like they used to? I don't know. I'm sure now it's all automated and they do it with x-rays and stuff. But yeah, I just wonder. I might try it. I'd have to get a passport, but that's something I'm considering doing anyway. Also thinking about getting my hazmat again. Not that I would regularly pull hazmat. It just opens up a lot of doors for you. Awesome. Wesley says he sent me the fuel information. I appreciate that. I will definitely take a look at it after the show. It's kind of hard to do when you're on here. I'm trying to go back. Yeah, I try not to. In the history of the channel, there's been 4 videos that were pulled down. 3 of them, and this goes to one of my self-imposed rules. 3 of them were very, very, very negative videos I made about Dart. And when they fixed the problem, I took the videos down. And I did it because I didn't want to. I didn't want to leave up something negative about them that was no longer true. Well, some crap happened behind the scenes, and I ended up eventually reposting those 3 videos. So all 3 of those really, really negative Dart videos are back up and they'll stay up. The other time was I gave my opinion about the worldwide pandemic that went around that starts with a C that I can't say the name of it because I'll get in trouble with YouTube. But I made a video about that and talking about masks, and I got taken down for for medical misinformation, and almost lost my channel over it. And so I didn't pull that video, but YouTube did. And since that time, I've been proven right, but YouTube's never allowed me to put that video back up. So, but I'm not a I'm not a big fan of taking videos down. If I say something, I stand by what I say. Hey Todd, I don't know if you remember, but I emailed you about getting my truck soon. Well, I've gotten my truck. I've done 2 loads now. Truck had to go in the shop. Oh no. What's wrong with your what's wrong with your truck? Well, first of all, I'm glad you got 2 loads in, but what's wrong with your truck? Hopefully it's something small, air leak or something they can fix quick, and or batteries or something, and you'll be right back on the road. Please don't tell me it's emissions or something that's going to have you down for a long time. X-ray 10 minutes. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I went through a scale the other day, and I had a tire that was low on the trailer, and they brought me a printout out to the scale, and it showed what tire it was and everything. I don't know how it did that, but it was pretty cool. And he didn't write me a ticket. He didn't do an inspection. He just said pull around there and either air it up or get it fixed. And so I pulled around to the side. There was probably 20 of us back there. But yeah, the technology stuff they can do now is pretty cool. Latest news on your Volvo. Also, your opinion on Coach leaving, and did Tim leave as well? So the latest news on the Volvo is it's sitting in my shop in Lubbock, Texas, and I'm waiting on the title to come back. They said 2 to 4 weeks, and so that's what's holding that up. And it should go pretty quick because me and the guy that sold it to me had to go get a temporary registration in Illinois. So Illinois knows I've bought it, and they know he's sold it. So it's not going to get held up for while they make sure it's not stolen or nothing like that. And so, yeah, that's what we're waiting on there. As far as Coach and Tim leaving, to the best of my knowledge, they're still at Swift. I text with Coach today. He uh, wanted me to talk to one of the guys that's in the chat right now, and he asked if he could give out my number. And I thought it was a little strange because I figured he would just talk if he was working at Swift. And so I asked him, "Hey, are you still at Swift?" And he said yes and seemed surprised by the question. So I've been getting that question a lot lately. I don't know why. A lot of people think Coach and I talk a lot more than we do. We really don't. I go weeks without talking to him, and we don't ever talk on the phone. I think we've had 2 phone conversations, and it's when we had that big fallout. Most of the time, it's text messages, and it's usually 3 or 4, and we're done. One of us has a question. For example, when I put that short up the other day about my website and email, I was having trouble getting my short to post, and I emailed him about that and asked him what I was doing wrong, and he provided me advice on that. But I don't have any knowledge of either one of them leaving, and honestly, I doubt either one of them will tell me when they do leave. I'll probably find out from one of you guys. But if I do hear something, I definitely will let y'all know. But I just don't have anything to share on that. Fuel sending unit had to be replaced and blew a wheel seal. Oh well, that's great. That's something small that can be fixed pretty quick. Hey Christian, if you would, when you're at the terminal, go talk to him and put in a good word for me and ask him if he wants to come on. I'd uh, I'd be glad to talk to him. I really would. Tell him it's not going to be a gotcha moment. Matter of fact, I'd like to talk to him before we even go on the air. I just want to find out what they've got to offer, what he thinks makes them different from other companies, where they run, things like that, and then I'll share it with the group. I'll put an email or a phone number of his choosing out there, and You never know. He may pick up a couple of drivers out of the deal. And again, this is just me trying to help drivers. I'm not looking for a commission or referral bonus, but somewhere there's a driver wanting to pull reefer that is interested in what they have to offer, and I'd be happy to share it with everybody. If you can get him to come on, feel free to give. And this goes out to all of you. If you're at a good company and you like where you're at, give them my email, give them my phone number, tell them to call me. Let's talk about having them on, and see if we can talk about them. I'm going to be talking to several companies at Matt's, and I'm sure in the coming weeks after that we'll have a few of them on as well. The ones that I think are good. Yeah, he'd be perfect as the head of recruitment. I'd love to have him on and talk to him. I was very close to signing up with Swift since I hadn't tried the smaller company thing. Yeah, I like the smaller company vibe too. Swift does a real good job of breaking it down to a terminal level. So a lot of times it feels like you're at a smaller company even though you're not. And a lot of people think I'm hard on Swift. They do a lot of things right. They I feel like, this is my personal opinion, that some things have gone to their head and they might be considering making some changes that they shouldn't make, but no company is going to do everything exactly like you want. So far, Swift hasn't done anything that I would quit over, or that I would even consider quitting over. The closest they've done is that I might start using my own Volvo at some point and returning their truck to them. But there's still no plan to leave Swift. A lot of people thought when I got the Volvo that I've got this plan of leaving Swift, and that's not something that I'm contemplating seriously. Now, could it happen in a week? Sure, things could change, but I'm not contemplating it right now. No Fear says Swift is moving on his stuff pretty fast. That's awesome. Usually it takes 7 to 10 days start to finish, but hopefully they can get you done sooner than that. Some of it depends on your state and how quick they can get your reports back, and some of it depends on your past employment, how quickly they respond to employment verifications. Dart dragged their feet till the very last minute on mine because they were ticked that I left. In my opinion, I'm speculating. I shouldn't say that. I don't know their motivation, but I'll say I believe that they dragged their feet because they were mad that I left. But I can't prove that, so I need to watch what I say. Got home time in 2 weeks, and the truck is going to go to Freightliner most likely. May need a new harness running from the tanks to the computer. Fuel start still not reading correct, but no cost to me. Oh, that is awesome. Uh, I can remember more than once having to take, your push broom that you sweep the trailer out with and stick it down in the tank to see how much fuel I had. It's harder to do on these new trucks because a lot of time the filler neck for your diesel tank is at a weird angle where you can't get a stick down in there. But I have done that in the past, and I'm glad it's not going to cost you nothing. And if you make an appointment with that Freightliner dealer, maybe your downtime won't be too much either. Hopefully, it's something. Surely that kind of stuff they've got it in stock, and they can get right to work on it. The Freightliner gauge is wrong on every one of them. Yeah, they told me, and this is back in '96 when I went to truck driving school. They said it's just an estimate. It's not near as accurate as your car. And you don't ever want to run one all the way down to empty for a couple of reasons. They said you pick up trash in the bottom of the tank, and they said the fuel gauges aren't always the most accurate. And so, but hopefully it'll be more accurate than what it is right now. It's my understanding your fuel gauge isn't working at all right now. It took about 3 weeks. Wow. Yeah, that's I would call that on the high side. It usually doesn't take that long. I'm not sure why, but it usually doesn't take that long. Oh wait, I skipped one. Mine doesn't work at all. It goes up, but won't update unless I leave the truck off for at least an hour, which sucks for long hauls. Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad. It oh boy. Yeah, that's I think that I like no fears answer. I just want to laugh when I hear that. But at least it's not like a one box or, an EGR or something like that, but and it's at least Swift's going to take care of it for you. That, and I guess I probably ought to say that, I've been accused of being really critical of Swift, but there's a lot of good stuff they do, kind of like the people I was talking about for my channel, all the help I get behind the scenes. There's a lot of people behind the scenes at Swift that do a lot of good. And it seems like I'm always griping. And I don't mention all the times that they've helped people or done things that they didn't have to do. So, but yeah, that's let's see what else. Yeah, the motor on this one for 420K is solid. Went over it with a fine tooth comb. But one thing I like about Swift is, yeah, they do. They, especially now, if you get an MRP truck, since they're on the hook with you, they really go through them because they don't want to blow a bunch of money. So hopefully that's why I tell you guys to look the truck over good. If you go over it with a fine tooth comb and Swift goes over it with a fine tooth comb, hopefully there's less chance of you having mechanical issues. And if you do, hopefully it's something little like your gas gauge doesn't work or something like that, or a small air leak, something that can be fixed pretty quick or on your home time. You guys know on my Freightliner, sorry, we're getting to that time of the night where I lose my voice. Let me drink a little water. You guys know on my Freightliner that the driver's seat quit inflating, and they said it was that little valve for the switch. And it it wasn't something that shut me down. I ran with it a couple of weeks. In one of my first lives, I fell out of the seat because it collapsed on me. And the part was going to take 3 or 4 days to get it in. So we just swapped the driver and passenger seat, and I kept rolling. And at some point, I'll get that fixed. But yeah, there's going to be little stuff, but hopefully it's nothing big that's going to shut you down. And hopefully you can get a lot of years out of that engine. Hey Todd, is that brick wall real or a virtual background? It reminds me of the brick on a high school from the 80s. Enjoy your channel. Stay safe. Thanks for being here, Greg. It's a virtual background. For a long time, here, let me just show you. For a long time, I did one where it was the house, and I just decided to mix it up tonight and do a different one. At some point, I'm going to do one that is a picture I took myself. There's the house one. And I just don't want to show my messy sleeper. And also, it's dark in here. This is a lot better lit and easier to see. If any of your listeners with 18 months experience want a good small company, look at Brorin Logistics out of Gary, Indiana, or Garrett, Indiana. Uh, yeah, same thing. Trucking with Joker. If it's a good company, have them email me. I'd love to bring them on the show because there's probably somebody that'd be a real good fit for. Here's my good friend, 38M. Hey, my friend, how are you? For those that don't know, there's two facts about uh, 38M that we need to share here. First of all, 38M is the one that sold me the Volvo. And the other fact we need to share about 38M is he recently acquired a Dodge Challenger with a 6-speed that he's going to be giving to me later this month. And so I'm really excited to receive that car. I'm working my way back to Illinois to pick it up, and just a quick shout out to 38M. I appreciate him giving me that Dodge Challenger. Yes, sir. I'm doing good. Big step I'm going to take when I get home is to make my LLC super easy in Florida. Yeah, I'm going through it right now, and it's it's not a Trucker CFO made it really easy. Uh, I'm sure it's a pain in the butt, but he took a lot of the stress out of it, and I'm not kidding you guys. Every time I call him or Jessica, they end up doing something that just makes my life easier. And I'm going to throw another little tidbit out there that I wasn't going to share, but I'm going to. Other YouTube channels at Swift are about to start promoting him, and that's okay. It's the same guys that make fun of me and say that I don't know what I'm talking about and that I don't know how to properly check companies and stuff are about to promote him too. And that's fine. He's still, as far as I know, coming on the last Tuesday of every month, unless they get him to stop doing that, like they have managed to keep the insurance from coming on here. But that's okay. He's still a great place to be, even if he's working with them. So I still recommend him, and there's no hard feelings. 38M saying that car is fast, and he's laughing at my jokes. Uh, if you think I'm funny now, you should have heard me earlier making fun of the Swift NASCAR. That's hilarious to me, and I'll be laughing about that for a while. Yeah, Joker, please do. Uh, like I said, I'm not going to have a gotcha moment. I just want to, get to know him, see what he's got to offer, and see what he's looking for, and we'll put him on and may get him a couple of drivers out of the deal. And it'll be a good interview for me too. Good practice for me. Hey Todd, about batteries for AGMs, 230 per battery, a good price out the door, 1200 on the high end. So that's about average. It's not a terrible price. It's not a shocking price, but that's about average, 230, 240. And I really like I really like AGMs. Like I say, I run it on my personal pickup. I ran it on my Kenworth at Dart. My Peterbilt, I never had a battery issue, so Kenworth or the Peterbilt just had the stock batteries on it. Yeah, I agree with you. 38M. It's I had no idea till I got on YouTube. I guess I was a little naive. And even now I don't know all the crazy stuff that goes on behind the scenes. I'm insulated from a lot of it, but I'm just out here trying to do the right thing. And yeah, I really like your car though. Congratulations again, and thank you for everything. Thank you, Craig. All of this is because of you guys. You guys coming in here and supporting me like you do is what makes it possible. I couldn't do none of this without you. Just like started the video, that new intro I've got that came from Joe Wentz. I couldn't have done that. I don't have those editing skills. Several of the people that you see commenting tonight offer me advice weekly. Hey, Todd, consider doing this on your channel. Hey, Todd, don't do this on your channel. And I don't listen to everything, but I listen to everybody. Even the haters, I listen to the haters. And uh, the two guys on the other show, Contractors Corner, that hate my guts and claim they barely know me, I've reached out to them and tried to make peace with them because it would just be better for all of us if we could do that. And they have said on their show they have no interest in making peace with me. So what can you do? You can only work with those that want to work with you. My batteries died twice within the last 5 days. Oh, that sucks. That when I bought that Volvo, uh, he was worried about the batteries, but so far they've been good. I killed it for over 24 hours and it started right up. I think the problem we were experiencing up there, they might be getting a little weak, and then in the cold weather, it was just more than they could handle. But you get them down in the southern climate, and they're fine. But I still may stick some batteries on it at some point. Let's see here. All right, Todd and chat, hitting the bed. All right, have a great night. Thanks for coming in. I hope you can join me Thursday night. We'll talk about all this stuff some more at that time. So I haven't done a whole lot yet. I did the title transfer, and Texas said it could take up to 4 weeks to get it back. And as soon as they get the title back, you're going to see me moving a lot quicker. I have no doubt about, after driving that truck, that it's going to be reliable. It's going to need a few little things. I think I listed 7 or 8 little things, and it's going to depend on my son's schedule if he can do it, or if I'm going to have to go to an outside shop. But somewhere around the end of this month, after Matt's, I'm going to go back to Lubbock, and it's going to be a focus of getting it done in a very quick time fashion and putting it out on the road. You're welcome, and thank you. I love that car too. Yeah, me too. And I'm not even a Dodge guy, and I like that car. Trucker Todd contacted Trucker CFO when I downloaded the tax book. A lady named Lynn called. We talked. I'm going to switch over to Trucker CFO in April. I think you'll be glad you did it, Don. But let me know how it goes after you get on with them. And I'm guessing you had a good experience with Lynn. Probably right. Probably cold up here. Yeah, right now I've got it in covered parking at my shop, and I've got the battery maintainer plugged up to it. But I could go out and start it. If I was in Texas, I could go out and start it right now. It would crank one with no problem. I put 1 gallon of oil in it when I left that day, and I haven't had to add any oil to it since. So I don't know why it was a gallon low, but it doesn't appear to be burning oil. And I ran it pretty hard coming back to Texas, because if it was going to have issues, I wanted to know what they were before I hooked a load to it. By the way, if you like to race a Shelby, we can talk. Oh, you'd blow me away. My pickup's fast, but it's heavy. I wouldn't stand a chance against a Shelby. Against most pickups, I do pretty well, but against a Shelby, I wouldn't have a chance. And against 38's Challenger, I wouldn't have a chance. Unless you're wanting to race that Challenger. And he might do that, but I bet he wants to practice with that 6 speed a little more too. The deal about 38M, he has a pretty cool pickup too. And again, I'm not a Dodge guy, but it's a nice truck. And I was pretty impressed. He's done a lot of modifications to it. It's my understanding his wife is driving that truck, and he's driving the Challenger. But man, you want to talk about two really good people that have two really nice vehicles, and just all around good people. You'd be hard pressed to find two better people than those two. I emailed my guy at AA. I think he said their turnover is better than 80% complete. Wow. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I've heard nothing but good about them. Mopar or no car? Yeah. You know, it hurts my Ford soul to read that, but I know there's a lot of people that feel that way. Yeah, please do, Christian. Give him my phone number. I'd be happy to talk to him. And like I said, he could be on as soon as, well, I'd have to look at my calendar. I may can get him on next Tuesday if I haven't booked somebody yet. Let's see yeah, if he gets with me pretty quick, I could have him on next Tuesday, and then the following Tuesday is Trucker CFO. If it takes him a few days though, I might have to have him on sometime in April. I'm building my 49 Ford car. Oh man, another good one. But please tell me that you're not going to ruin it by putting a Chevy engine in it. Put a Ford engine in a Ford car. Hey, my friend Brian Walton is here. Good. I'm glad you made it, man. We've been going for a while, but I'm glad you joined us. There's been a lot going on tonight. If you get a chance when it's over, go out and check out the replay. But either way, thank you for being here. Another really good guy. That's another thing. On YouTube, people say, why do you put up with all the headaches? I've met a lot of really, really good people. And I've made a lot of really good friends out of this. Um, so, yeah, I'll send you a pic if you want to put them up here. I'll try. I don't know if I know how to do that, but if you send me a picture, I will try. Send, yeah, I think I can. It's going to be real interesting. I can try. I can't guarantee. I'm still learning how to do the ins and outs on StreamYard. So we may have. I see how to do video. Maybe if you send it, I can. Now I'm afraid to try it because if I minimize this, I may not be able to come back. See what happens when I hit that. Well, that didn't do what we wanted. What's that do? I'll try if you send it to me. I can't guarantee it, but I'll try. It might be if you send it to me, I can put it in the Thursday show. Well, thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. Okay, did you send it to me as an email or a text? It looks like a text. Let's see here. Let's save attachment. Save attachment. This is interesting video, I'm sure. So I'm going to email it to myself. And then I think I can go in my email. Oh, crud. Nope, I did it wrong. Sorry, folks. This is it's going to be worth the wait to see these two cars, but it's going to take a minute. Okay. And then it's going to go to down here. Oh, that's the wrong one. This is, it's technical hour with Trucker Todd. I hope everybody can still hear me. All right. And back. I hope everybody's still with me. All right. Now we're going to come back to StreamYard. Let's see. How do we do this? Let's go here. I think this is going to work. There's the first one. Here's the second one. All right, here's the Challenger. Like the black and camouflage kind of paint job. Now here's his truck I was talking about. And they're really nice. They drive really good. So, all right, now I got to figure out how to take them off. And this may take a minute. There we go. All right, now I got to go back to the comments. Sorry for that. I just wanted y'all to see it. He's really proud of it, and I'm really proud for him. It's a 2014 Dodge Challenger RT Shaker, number 1195 out of 2000. Yeah, that's a car you want to take care of. It may be a collector one day. How are things at Swift, Todd? I'm sad that I left, but I'm enjoy working for the lumber yard. I'm learning flatbed, which will, yeah, exactly. Ah, you know, I'm okay here. It seems like freight's picking up a little bit. There's some weird stuff going on here right now, but it's not for everybody, and it might be a thing that's what I said. I have no plans to leave, but who knows? Ask me again in 6 months, ask me in a year. But right now I'm pretty happy here. Do I like every single thing here? No. Am I saying everybody should come here and lease a truck? Absolutely not. I'm saying I'm doing it. I like it here. If you want to do it, I'll try to help you. And usually when I get involved, people do well. That's what I'll say about that. But I mean, it's still possible to fail even with my help. It's going to depend on you as a person. I'm just saying I'll try to help you if you want the help. Only 3 likes, need more chats. Yeah, I don't know why we're not getting. It shows 5 on my side, but it's usually behind. I wish we could get. I wish we could get people to share it out more and to thumbs up it more. I usually get a lot more on the replay, so by tomorrow it'll have 50 or 60. But just I don't know why when it's actually going on, people don't do it. I guess they're engrossed in the conversation, and then later they do it. Thank you. I appreciate that, Christian. It'd be awesome to have him on. And he must be doing something right if he's got that low of a turnover rate. Truck is a 2017 Ram 1500. Yeah, it's 4-wheel drive, which when I first saw it, I thought it was I thought it was a 2-wheel drive, but it's a 4-wheel drive, which makes me like it more. I saw the shaker hood. That's very cool Dodge. It will run like a wild banshee. Yes, I bet it will. I know his pickup will. I hadn't got to experience his car yet, but me and him are going to be hanging out again at some point in the future. Yeah, you got to work at Swift to get what you want. It's a saying that I always had is uh, I found that the harder I work, the luckier I get, and it's been true. People say, "Oh, Todd, you're just lucky. You just got the YouTube channel. You just got this. You just got that," but they don't realize how hard I work and and how many hours I put in and all of that. And I don't come on here and cry about it. It's part of it. I volunteered for this and I can quit at any time. And 99% of the time I love what I'm doing. Wesley says he's happy here. That's awesome, man. And me and Wesley had a pretty good talk today as well. Mine shows you have 22 likes. I appreciate that. That's now we're heading in the right direction. And so hopefully we'll get some more. I'm not sure how much longer we're going to go. I had told somebody earlier, John Tui says he's behind. I had told somebody earlier that I didn't have much to talk about since all my guests had canceled. I said, we probably only go 45 minutes, and here we are over 2 hours. And I've had several YouTubers and several people say, Todd, you need to cut it off at an hour. You need to quit staying on there so long. And I'm like, man, I'm surrounded by a lot of good people, and I just don't want to cut them off as long as they got something to talk about. Now, or till I lose my voice. You can kind of hear it's going now, but uh, I just I really appreciate every one of y'all. The thing that I remember most about this YouTube channel is the night that the video crashed and people sit here and stared at a black screen for 10 minutes and waited for me to come back. That right there, and that had an effect on me, and that's why I'll stay on here and work with you guys and talk on the phone, because a lot of people would have just said, "Oh well, I guess the chat's over," and left. But you people kept hanging around and waiting for me to come back. And that show was a disaster. It was one of my first ones, and it's had an impact on me. You guys have definitely had a positive impact on my life, and I appreciate each and every one of you, even those of you that hate me. It's okay. I remember you, Trucker Todd from Contractor's Corner, when I first became an owner operator. Your advice has helped me more than anyone on YouTube. Thank you for helping me with a successful first year. You're welcome, Don. Ironically, even though I was on that show, they claim they barely know me. Even though they used to say that I put out good content and encourage people to watch my channel, they say they barely know me. They don't know who I am. Even though we've had multiple conversations, multiple texts, they don't have a clue who I am, and that's okay. But I enjoyed doing those shows, and they point to that I've said good things about them in the past, and it's true. I've tried to extend olive branches to them. I have tried to make peace with them. Those two guys, even though their channel's pretty small, nobody watches it, or very few watch it. Uh, they uh, they have a lot of influence with Swift, and quite honestly, it would benefit me a lot if I could get on their team, if they could get on my team, if we could work together. But they don't have any interest in that. They view me as competition, and they don't want to work with me. So uh, I'm not bad mouthing them tonight, or if I am, I'm not meaning to. But I'm glad that me going on that show helped you. But they sure come on your lives from time to time. Yeah, they do. And they're watching. They're probably watching right now. And their blood's probably boiling. That's okay. Well, they can say whatever they want to. They didn't separate for legal reasons. They separated because they got their feelings hurt. The big sticking point was that I found out about Swift's insurance mandate, or Swift's insurance's insurance mandate, before they did, and they felt scooped because they're supposed to get all the Swift insider information. And they hate OIDA, and they hate that I went and got insurance with OIDA. And so there was some negative things that got said back and forth on both sides. I'm not completely innocent in this. And so that's what happened. But nobody legally told them to separate from me because I wasn't doing anything illegal. And they uh, they kicked me out of the Facebook group because I was telling people about the OIDA insurance. I posted links to my video, and they didn't like OIDA, and so they kicked me out of the group. And I've said, for there to be any kind of peace between me and them, they're going to have to let me back in that Facebook group. And at this point, I'm going to want a public apology from them, because the stuff they've done is beyond the pale. And so at this point, for there to be any kind of reconciliation, I want a public apology from both of them on their channel. And I may want them to come on a Tuesday show and apologize to me to my face too. And I want to be back in the Facebook group. Now, I know, and you know, that's never going to happen, and that's okay. But when they, it's never going to happen anyway. When they go on there and say, there's no way we'd make peace with Trucker Todd, then we're already there. I'm telling you, there is a pathway to peace, but it's going to involve them undoing some of the damage they've done. All of the people that they've contacted to try to keep them off my Tuesday show, they need to contact them back and encourage them to come on my show. Hey, Todd, would you recommend getting a lease with Swift right now in this market? So, I'm doing okay in this market, and I believe being on the cutting edge and striking before it becomes the popular thing. I came to Swift back when Swift wasn't as cool as it is now, let's say. It had a bad reputation. People were laughing at me. Todd, you're crazy. You don't know what you're doing. And so I still think Swift's a good deal. Now, I'm not telling anybody to come to Swift. I've had some grievances with them. They're publicly documented. Everybody knows what those grievances are. I'm just saying, if you come here, there's resources to help you. I'll try to help you. If you think I'm full of baloney, you can contact Contractors Corner or the YouTuber of your choice and get advice from them. There's a lot of tools here. There's a lot of great people at Swift, and some of them like me more than others. But yeah, I think it's a great time to do it while things are down. If you can make it in this economy, then you can definitely make it when things are good, and you'll already be in. If you wait till everything's good again, then you're going to have truck availability issues and all kinds of things. So I'm not telling you to do it, but if you want to do it, I'm here to help. I'm sorry for that rant, Don. It's tough to do a show like this and to hear other channels talk bad about you, and you have to bite your tongue, and people are saying don't respond, don't respond, and it's like letting people punch you and you can't fight back. And at some point you gotta fight back. And I know I've got my saying about don't shine a light on a cockroach. And why do I get so upset if nobody's watching their channel anyway? But it's just tough to take it week after week, and not respond. Just tell the trucking haters what I always say. You know the difference between a trucker and a brand new puppy is after 2 weeks. Oh gosh, yeah, that's funny. Oh, I like that. I may steal that one from you. That's funny. I need to find a way to put that on the Trucker Todd YouTube page. By the way, if you go to the website, the Trucker Todd YouTube page is there. Trucker Todd Instagram's there. Trucker Todd TikTok is there. All of that's there. You can check it out. Um, there's not a lot of TikTok stuff there yet, but there will be. I'm going to be doing a lot at Matt's. I hope. I hope to be putting a lot of shorts up and a lot of stuff at Matt's. Hey, Trigger Todd, don't worry about it. I'm 63 and I've made plenty, Matt. Just keep doing a good job here. I appreciate all you do to help with honest, wise advice. Well, thank you. Thank you, Don. I appreciate that. This was one of those weeks I really needed kind of a pick me up, and several of you guys stepped up and gave me a little pep talk and really helped me out. And so I'm grateful to each and every one of you. When you give me those pep talks, I may not always agree with you, but I do always appreciate your concern and all the words of support. Michelle, the recruiter, will do what she can as well. Yeah, I've also got a link in the website where you can call her directly from the website. So if you're on your smartphone and you touch where it says call Michelle, it'll dial her up and she can help you. If she doesn't answer, leave her a voicemail. She'll call you back. It has a deal there. You can shoot me a message and straight from the website. And if you don't hear from her in a day or two, shoot me an email and I'll try to track her down for you. But Michelle's great, and she's been awesome to work with. Feel free. Yeah. uh, that's very funny. After 2 weeks, the puppy will stop whining. Hey Todd, I need some guidance on a good driving school. I live in a south suburb in Georgia and can't afford to leave my home for an extended period of time. Yes. So I don't know if the Decatur, Georgia terminal for Swift, I wish you'd have asked earlier when Fran was here, she'd know. I don't know if Decatur, Georgia has a truck driving school with Swift or not. I would contact Swift and talk to the recruiting department about a truck driving school in your area. Also, I know in Texas, you can go to the unemployment office of your state, and a lot of times they'll have grants and recommendations for truck driving schools as well. It's been over 25 years since I was in a truck driving school, so some of my information's a little outdated. That's one of the things I'm trying to work on and get more information. I've got a guy right now, though, that, well, it's my friend that lives in Little Rock. He's doing his CDL stuff on on a computer, and so you may be able to do a virtual classroom for some of it. Now, at some point, you're going to have to get in the truck and drive, and depending on what your at-home time requirements are, I think he has to leave the house for 2 weeks for training, and then he'll probably have to leave again for training again after he gets his CDL. So that would be a better question to put to recruiting. If you want to shoot me an email, email's in the ticker there. I can try to get you some information, but just email me it's Todd at truckertodd.net and send me your name and phone number, and I'll try to get you some additional information. Remind me that you're the driver living in a suburb in Georgia looking to go to truck driving school, and I'll remember who you are and I'll try to help you out. Have you ever talked? If you ever need to talk, you got my number. Ever need a place to crash? Ah, well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Uh, the problem with calling 38M is he drives team with his wife, and he works like midnight to noon most days. And usually I'm waking up 9 or 10 in the morning because I've drove late at night. And then by the time I get off the phone and answered emails and get to driving, he's already crashing and going to bed. But yeah, 38M's one of those guys that uh, he'd be cool to hang out with a lot more than we get to hang out with, and he's really become a good friend even if we don't get to talk a lot. I have a very high opinion of him and his wife. They couldn't have been nicer to me. They couldn't have been nicer to me when I was in Illinois, both of them. And matter of fact, I've several times talked about them, my opinion of them, and people are like, "Oh, you're still talking about them," but they are just super people. And here lately, I've been around a lot of dirt bags, not from this community, but just in trucking in general. So it's nice anytime I'm around good people. And I got a thumbs up, so hopefully D will contact me and I'll try to get him some good information. Oh boy, you and I need to talk then. Not anymore. We're separate and we both home daily most days. So you're not doing the big run up into the north anymore. I guess you're doing shorter runs so you can be back home every day. Appreciate that. We're just regular folks. Yeah, but these days that's irregular. That's most people are trying to screw people over and they're only thinking about themselves. And y- you guys are, and by the way, well, I shouldn't say that, but anyway, I'll move on. But yeah, they're just great people. And I am trying to work my way back up there. I need to get there on a weekend when they're off. And I'm trying to take my wife at some point so that, so that she can meet him. I think my wife would like his wife a lot. No back and forth crap. Oh man. I hate going to Chicago, but hopefully it's not like the bad parts of Chicago with the really low bridges and all of that. Yeah, it is. It is. There's just so many people that are that way. But they, I guess I can say this. I was nervous about bringing the Volvo back to Texas because so many people in the world would have band-aided that truck, and I'd have broke down 30 miles out of town, and they'd have said, "Well, you bought it. That's the way it is." But I mean, 38M sent me a ton of pictures. He represented the truck well. We looked it over, and if anything, it was better than what he told me. If anything, he underrepresented it, and it was a better truck. And so it turned out that I got a really good deal, a really good truck, and I really appreciate him and his wife. Then he let me stay at his house, ran me around to get the registration on his day off. He'd have probably rather been resting, but both of them, his wife got called into work early the next morning, and both of them were just as friendly and nice as they could be. And I didn't mean to turn this into the 38M show, but he really deserves a lot of credit. And I don't know why. Oh, there it is. Let's see what else we got here. Go anywhere there's a Kohl's. Yeah, and they're popping up everywhere. I've been at Warner for 4 years and then went to Prime Inc. for 8 months. Now I'm back at Warner. Ye- Yeah, I just found out, and I should have known this, and I didn't. Warner's got a load board. Have you heard anybody, Johnny GTO, talk about Warner's load board and if it's good or bad or what part of the countries it runs or anything like that? If you got any connections at Warner, I wouldn't mind having one of them on to talk. Let's see. Yeah, I appreciate you, 38M, but I'll appreciate you more if you let me drive that Challenger. And I'll appreciate you more if you let me take it to Texas for a couple of weeks. Oh, I could have some fun in that car. Ah, yeah, that is true. That's what I was asking about. They took away their lease program, but that's fine. I've got my own truck. They they still have the load board, but it's power only, and that's actually not a bad deal. But I don't know anything about how it pays, where it runs, or I guess it runs anywhere Warner needs a trailer moved to. But I didn't know it existed until recently. I knew their lease went away, and I actually had a deal with a truck lot in Lubbock for a while where I went to Dallas and picked up several Warner trucks and brought them back to Lubbock and Odessa. And so I knew they'd got rid of their lease purchase, and that's why I was surprised that they had a load board for owner operators. And honestly, I'm surprised it's not real popular and everybody doesn't know about it. Come on up. Yeah, I'm working on it. I Right now my focus is getting to mats at the end of the month, and it's really at an inconvenient time for me, but I've been trying to make it where there's a lot of people that say they want to see me. Of course, I think a lot of people say that and then they won't show up, and so if I see more than two or three people there, I'll be real surprised. But I'm going to be there, and I'm going to be pretty available if anybody wants to see me. Let's see. I'm 48 miles away from the Swift Yard. Which Swift Yard, Wesley? Oh, I know which one. Never mind. I just answered my own question. I forgot your T calling that load. I know where you're going. Good deal, man. You'll be home before you know it. I haven't had any problems finding an empty trailer with Warner, except for the Walmart in Pennsylvania. Yeah, Walmart's real bad about we've got 600 trailers, but you can't have none of them. And it's like those trailers belong to Warner. They don't belong to Walmart, but yet they can control when Warner can have access to their property. It's crazy to me the way trucking is. I wish I could bring the vet. The vet is it would disappoint you. It looks fast, but it's not fast. It's a 75, which is the lowest horsepower year for Corvette ever, and because of all the emissions and stuff they put on. It's had an Edelbrock intake and the carburetor swapped and some stuff like that. But it's not a fast car. It sounds good, and it's not great on fuel economy. And but I'm gonna start driving it more. I'll be honest with you. I took it apart and I'm having trouble getting it back together. The speedometer wasn't working, and I replaced the speedometer, and I've got the dash apart, and it's extremely difficult to put the dash back together because my hands won't fit back there to plug in all the wires, and I'm getting old and uncoordinated, so I'm gonna have to have somebody come put it back together. But it's fun to drive, but it looks a lot cooler than what it drives. It handles great. It takes corners well and stuff, but it's the slowest out of all my vehicles. All my other vehicles outrun it. And so, but I do like the car. Lots of Warner in Illinois. Yeah, I bet. I bet. Of course, the thing that sours Warner to a lot of people, where they were kind of the founders of the electronic logbook, they were some of the beta testers in the beginning. And a lot of older truck drivers hold a grudge to them for that. But if they've got a power only load board, that's something that might come in handy for a lot of owner operators. And I wouldn't mind getting somebody on in that department that could talk about it, because it could be a big help to some guys getting out of a certain area or something like that, or doing that and not having the expense of keeping up a trailer. Got to get your son to help. Yeah, he's I can talk about my son for a second. He's having some issues. He just had one mechanic and he had to fire him. And he's actually trying to hire two mechanics, and they're busier than they've ever been right now. So he's like stressed out, overloaded with work. He's working at the shop till 11 o'clock at night, a lot of nights, and then getting up and being back up there at 8 in the morning. And so I don't know that time wise he's going to have the time to commit to it right now, and I'm going to need it kind of in a quicker fashion. And so I may have to take it somewhere else. I hadn't decided yet, but the stuff it needs, I mean, it's little stuff. Um, the temperature gauge, that we all know that's a temperature sending unit because the gauge tests good. Just little stuff like that. So uh, it's it's going to be probably $2,000 or $3,000 worth of work, and I'll probably do it next time I'm in town, and then it'll be ready to go to work. I have no doubt it'll be reliable. I wouldn't be afraid. I wouldn't have been afraid to drive it twice that distance. It's as comfortable or more comfortable than the Freightliner. The seat is my current Freightliner. So air conditioner works great. The heater up front works great. And so um, if I can incorporate my son into it at some point, I'll definitely do that. But it's just going to depend on his schedule and my schedule, and how quick I need the truck and how quick he can do it. I had I had that happen to me at Swift. Was sent to get a trailer, and they told me it wasn't available. I drove in their lot and found it. hooked up to it and left. I talked to my drive leave. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. My good friend Tim Back is here. He said I made it before you were finished, so that counts as being here. LOL. Yeah, I wish you could have caught the first of the show. I was making fun of Swift. They've got a NASCAR, and it was pretty funny. And we were just kind of talking about all the things that's going on. I had three different guests scheduled for tonight, and all three of them canceled. And so we just kind of had to wing it tonight. And as a result of that, the Thursday, in case you missed it, show will probably be a lot more of this. But I'm glad you're here, man. Tim's a really good guy. Also, he's a lot like 38M. Um, Tim and I have had some debates, but he's the kind of guy that you can disagree with him, and he doesn't take it personally or get mad. And so I really appreciate Tim too. I appreciate that, Tim. I can always count on you to catch the replay. Had to shower and eat first. I took my shower this morning. I try to take one once a month, whether I need it or not. No, that's not true. I try to take one every other day. I like to have them every day, but that's not always possible. So every other day will be is my goal. Do you think the NASCAR driver will? Oh, that's funny. I know the first time he hits the wall, you just wait. The tidal wave of jokes that will come. And I'm sure right now, as we're doing this video, there's YouTubers thinking up jokes to put out about, and TikTok videos about NASCAR having wrecks and so it's funny. We had some jokes earlier in the show about it, and I think it's really funny. A lot of drivers were ticked about it, but these kind of things are out of our control, and it don't do any good to get upset about it. We might as well laugh about it. It's kind of funny when you think about it. Just take your favorite Swift joke and add NASCAR to it. Hey, Trucker Todd, sorry I'm late coming in. That's all right, man. Better late than never. I'm glad you're here, Matthew. I have one a week, dude wipes in between, eat, sleep. I do have dude wipes in here, and bigger guys we sweat more, so I give myself a good wipe down, usually a couple times a day because I like to be clean to feel clean, and then I try to take a shower every other day. If I'm at home, I take one or two a day. I like to be clean. I'm in this evening, brother, but I have to run. I'll catch you in the replay. Oh, no problem. Thanks for being here, Kirk. I appreciate you too. Trucking every day. Life is too short. Yeah, I'm getting that way. I used to be real serious and focused, and um, I've learned I've just got to laugh. Things are going to happen. My dad says if it doesn't matter in 100 years, it shouldn't matter now. And I get the gist of that, and I agree to an extent. But I do believe there's a time it's time to stand and fight, and I did that tonight. I kind of went off on Contractors Corner again, even though I keep saying I'm not going to mention them. But I just it's tough to constantly get attacked and not respond. At some point, uh, if you don't respond, they say you're scared, and if you do respond, they say you're whining. So you can't win either way. So I'm just going to start doing what feels right and let the chips fall where they may. I never take one at home. It keeps the old lady away. Yeah, and it makes your house smell really good too. Nothing worse than driving down the road on a long haul, catching that smell. Oh gosh, yeah. And I think I was in a pilot standing in line at a Wendy's, and I smelt something, and I thought their septic system had backed up, and I was like, God, it stinks in here. and it was the girl in front of me. You could smell her throughout the store. I've never smelled somebody that stunk so bad in my life. And then we've got some foreign drivers that you'll walk in the men's bathroom and they'll be taking showers at the sink. I mean, like undressing, taking their shoes off, washing their feet in the sink. And I'm like, showers are free with fuel. If you don't have one, I'll give you one of mine. Go use a shower. That's gross watching you clean your feet in the sink I'm going to go wash my hands in. It's just nasty. And the only thing worse than that is the guys that go in there and take a dump and don't wash their hands at all. And that's over half the people in there. You're taking a leak and just watch all the people that walk out without washing their hands. That's freaking gross. I don't know how we got on that subject. Hey, Ted, thanks for being here, man. Better late than never. And I'm just glad you're here. I hope you can catch the replay. This one tonight's been a little funnier than they usually are. It'll help keep you awake. And it's long enough, it'll get you through most of your shift. Camel toe cheese. Oh, that's gross, man. That's gross. I'm not, and it's not a racial thing, but I've never seen an American take a shower in the sink like that. It's always been the foreigners, and maybe that's acceptable in their culture, but it's just gross and not something I want to see. It definitely, when I see that, it doesn't make me want to go out and buy a salad from that truck stop or something. And especially those, and this is Americans that don't wash their hands after they go to the bathroom. That's freaking gross. I do agree with you about getting your own insurance because you don't get that stupid coachable crap. Yeah, yeah, and they don't call it coaching, but it's coaching. And you know, some camera systems are more sensitive than others. You can have two smart drives, and one of them will ding everything you do, and one of them won't. It depends how they mount it and how sensitive the sensors are in it. But I just avoid all that. I have my own camera. If I do something or if there's an incident, I'll show it to them. I'm not hiding nothing. But I don't need a 20-year-old that was the fry guy at Wendy's 3 months ago telling me how to drive a truck better. And maybe I'm arrogant, maybe I'm full of myself, but that's just the way I feel. Nothing wrong with a chick with uh I just I, I like cleanliness. I think we live in a first world nation and we can all practice good hygiene. Let the good Lord deal with those two men. Yeah. Yeah, I'm honestly not mad at them. I am a little frustrated, but I'll get over it. I'm going to try to start laughing about it. Agreed, that's nasty. They wash their feet in the oh, that can't be hygienic. Let's talk about that for a second. Let's say you have a cut on your foot or an ingrown toenail. All right, there's been poop in that toilet recently, probably diarrhea. So there's all kinds of diseases and stuff that, and again, I'm not a doctor. You guys check with your doctor, but I believe you could get some type of sickness or illness transferred to your foot if you had an ingrown toenail or if you had a cut in your foot. It just doesn't sound like a good sanitary practice. I think they fuel elsewhere and just end up with no showers and ain't gonna pay 15 for a shower. Yeah, and I'm the other way. I've paid for several showers this year. If I'm at a spot and I need one and I don't have one, I'll go in there and pay for it. I don't fuel at Pilot Flying J hardly ever. But if that's where I end up and I need a shower, then I'll pay for a Pilot Flying J shower. TA and Petros are my favorite. Loves is okay, but yeah, when it's time to have a shower, I'm getting one, whether I got to pay for it or not. And it ain't going to be in a bathroom toilet or a bathroom sink. Exactly. Don't mind the cam, just their stupid rules. Yeah, and I think we agree on that. I think the cameras are a great idea. I just think as an independent contractor, you should be in control of the camera footage. And if you want to share it with the trucking company or with the insurance company, then share it. And if you don't want to, you don't have to. Um, you shouldn't have to incriminate yourself though if you don't want to. First year I was driving, I was parked at a rest area, walked in about 3 in the morning, and this big old dude was taking a bath in the sink, naked as a jaybird. I said good morning as I walked into the stall, I'm guessing. That truck stop food will kill you, I swear. Yeah, and it seems like even I don't know what it is. Pilot and Flying J, I'm going to talk crap on them for a minute. Their pizzas look good, but every single time I get one, it's nasty. It's a big letdown. Okay, I thought that's what he was saying. I was surprised someone would, I think he was surprised someone would talk to him while he was naked. Oh gosh, well, I'm thinking, can you imagine if you were a female and you accidentally walked into the wrong door? Because I've accidentally walked into a women's restroom before. You know, you're about half asleep and not paying attention. And man, I bet that would scare a woman to death. I was at a terminal and there was a dude in his underwear washing his feet. Yeah, I took a shower. You know that video I did Monday where I was at the Albuquerque terminal? I took a shower at that terminal, and the showers at that terminal are part of the men's bathroom. So there's just like a little bathroom divider, and you might as well, I mean it covers you, but you might as well be out in the open in front of everybody. You don't have a lot of privacy for sure. All right, my good friend Daryl is leaving. Thanks for coming in, man. Have a great night. I can't believe we're almost at the 3 hour mark. Get a little more water before my voice goes. That's what's funny is after the show, I'll be on the phone probably 3 or 4 more hours and I'll have no voice left. Let's see here. I brush my teeth in the truck. No way I'll walk in and brush my teeth with those horrible smells. Oh, that's funny, Dane. That's funny. Now, this is a good idea right here. Mr. Salamanca, I joined Platinum Planet Fitness, $24 a month, free parking, free shower. They are all over the states. Yeah. Uh, a guy I know through YouTube, but don't know him personally, named Road Scholar does that. He works over at Dart, and he's lost a bunch of weight, and he works out like that each morning before he does his pre-trip and gets a good shower, and it gets him alert and ready for his day. I think that's becoming a common thing. He visited like over 100 of them in 1 year, he said, and most of them he was able to find parking either in their parking lot or nearby, and they're pretty. He's pretty happy with them. I think it's funny to start talking to the person in the stall next to me. One time I did that, and the guy was like, "Dude, I'm talking on the phone. Quit answering me." Yeah, I've talked on the phone before. It's kind of embarrassing because you'll be talking to your wife or a family member, and they'll hear a toilet flush, and they're like, "Are you in the bathroom?" You're like, "Yeah." They're like, "Ooh, it's gross," and it's like, "All right, I'll call you back." But it just, oh yeah, that's funny. I would never do a business call. Like I wouldn't call my dispatcher and be like, "Hey, I need a load," while toilets are flushing and you're grunting and passing gas. That's hilarious. And speaking of grunting and passing gas, Flying J pizzas are gross. Yeah, they look good, but they just don't taste good. It's something about the crust. They need to figure out their crust. By the way, Flying J Pizzas will not be a sponsor of this channel since I just talked about their crust. 3 hours to go with good 3 hours go quick with good company. Yeah, it I know y'all get sick of me saying this and it sounds like I'm just kissing up, but I really do appreciate the viewers. And I hope you guys can show up at Matt's because I'd really like to meet some of you guys that have really, people come on here and say that I've helped their life or I've improved their life. You guys have improved my life, and I'm grateful to each and every one of you. Even like I said a little bit ago, those of you that hate me, you still make me accountable. Those guys that are putting me down, they've made me step my game up. I can't fly loose and easy. I have to watch myself because they're waiting to criticize me and put me down. And so you guys have really really been a big help to me, and I hope that I'm giving some of that back to y'all as well. I used to do that at Anytime Fitness. Oh, cool. Anytime Fitness is another one. There's a bunch of them. I've got a foldable bicycle, and there's a video on YouTube about it that I ended up getting for free off of Wish. And I know about Wish, but it's a really neat bike. And the only thing I wish I would have got it with smaller tires. Has 24-inch tires, and it's kind of hard to put it on the truck, but I'm trying to figure out a way to carry it with me. You guys know that I've been trying to lose weight, and you can see it here in my jawline. Uh, if you see old pictures of me, I've lost about 75 pounds, but I need to lose another 50. And that bicycle would sure help a lot in doing that. I'm waiting on freight at a terminal. It's a little slow. Which terminal are you at? The reason I'm asking, not trying to call anybody out, but if we hear a certain area of the country is slow, then we know to stay away from there. I'm on my way to North Dakota, and there's nothing on the load board showing for up there, so I may have to work with a planner or dispatch to get something out of there. Just tell them hold up, and you can smell my fingers. Oh, that's gross. Oh man. I just talked to Destiny on the phone. She said, tell you hi. Oh, tell her hi. Did you tell her I was talking about her tonight? For those that don't know, Destiny is his wife. She's the one I was talking about earlier, that just a super nice person. And one of my goals for this year is to introduce her to my wife because I think they would hit it off real well and become friends. My girl will be doing her makeup or showering and walk in and sit down and drop a deuce and walk out. Well, yeah, that's when my wife used to ride on the truck with me. That's how we did it. We would get one shower, and I would shave and brush my teeth and do that stuff while she showered. And then when she finished her shower, I'd go get my shower, and she would do her hair and stuff, and it worked out real good. But yeah, after you've been married a few years, you'll crap in front of each other. And oh man, I can't believe we're talking about this tonight. You just never know what'll be produced in these lives. She loves me so much. Yeah, she must feel comfortable around you for sure. You're a student. Oh, you got something else. Circle K has had good pizza. They're starting to build a lot of Circle K's in Lubbock, so I'm gonna have to try that out. Circle K is, I mean, they bought up a bunch of old buildings. They're building new ones, and so wow, Tim lost over 100 pounds since 2008. What's your secret? For me, I was drinking a lot of milk, about a gallon a day, and I cut out the milk. I don't drink any milk on the road, only when I'm at home. And I was going to these buffets, and I don't go to buffets much anymore. And because you go to a buffet and you feel like you have to eat your money's worth and you just gorge yourself. I'm trying to do smaller portions. It's a struggle. It's harder to lose weight and than people realize, and skinny people don't get it. But I'd love to put that bicycle on here if I could secure it in a way that was legal and I wouldn't have to worry about it getting stolen or falling off. And I think I can do it on that Volvo. You're in Phoenix. I just left there. I'm sure you know. And yeah, I left there yesterday, and I spent the weekend there. It was a little slow unless I wanted to go to California, which I didn't. I wanted to go east, and so I got this Monday load here going to North Dakota, and it looks like it's a little slow up there as well. Phoenix is always dead at the terminal. Yeah, and I don't know why that is, but it can be a struggle to get out of there. I typically don't go to Phoenix or even Southern California unless I've got something going out of there before I go in there, and that can be hard to get. Casey's has good pizza. I'll have to check them out. I hadn't tried them in well. She won't go in front of you. That's funny. 7 years of marriage and she won't go in front of you. I wonder what the thinking behind that is. Does she not? She doesn't realize that you know she goes, or she thinks you're going to see something you hadn't seen before, or I'm not sure why. Uh, I think everybody just gets to a point where they're comfortable around each other. You know, when you date them for the first time, you won't fart in front of them or nothing, and then after 15 years, you're ripping one, and you're both laughing together about it. I'm on my way to Georgia with 4 codes on and losing power. I'm thinking my NOx sensor. Oh man, uh, how far from where you're going are you? Try to break down near a shop somewhere so you don't have a big tow bill, or pull it into a terminal or something. Don't get stranded. Secret: sleep, drive, eat a small meal, hit the sack. 7 days a week. Work your recap and never take a 34 and you'll lose weight. I also park far away from the stores and toilet makes me walk. Yeah, I do some of those things. I the small meal is sometimes. The sleeping is most of the time. I run recaps sometimes. Sometimes I'll take a 34, but on a 34, I'll go for a walk and do some stuff like that. And I'll usually get a hotel and I'll grab some salads and do that, and I'll swim, and so I get some exercise. But I see what you're saying. I do also park far away from the stores and make myself walk. Load planner said go to Cali. It's underbooked. I just don't trust it. Yeah, I'm with you. They always try to get everybody to go to Cali, and then you go out there and sit 3 days. Here's how you prove it though. Say, well, if there's so much in Cali, book me on something and I'll go out there and get it. And they say, oh, we don't know what we got. Well, if you don't know how you got, how do you know you're underbooked? Either you got it or you don't. And say, hey, I'll go out there if you'll send me a pre-plan and see what they tell you. That'll tell you a lot. Just had my NOx sensor replaced a week ago. Wow. Hey, Tim, how long did it take to get it fixed? Is this guy looking at several days before they could get you in the shop, or is he looking at a couple hours? How long did it take to get your NOx sensor replaced? And do you remember what it cost? Yeah, I agree. Quick Trip in Wisconsin has good food. I used to go up there a lot when I was with Roadrunner, and I used to the fuel card I used back then. I got really good discounts at that Quick Trips up there, so I stopped there and bought a lot of fuel. Yeah, Florida's another state hard to get a load out of. You can get a load going there, but coming out is tough. Swift seems to have a decent amount down there. They've got some Target dedicated and stuff like that. But it's definitely not the easiest state. It's another one of those states, Florida, Maine, Southern California, that if I'm going to go in there, I want something coming out before I go in. I don't want to go in there and then we'll look once I get there. And for that reason, I don't go to Florida and Maine a lot. Another good idea is to make your own good. Never eat at the truck stops or rest area. I splurge once a week. Yeah, I do a hybrid combination. I eat out some and I cook on the truck some. I'm trying to cook more on the truck, but it's getting harder and harder to find Walmarts you can park at. So many of them don't want trucks in them anymore. Okay, let's see what we got here. I'm 700 miles away from Georgia. Freightliner in Missouri told me they can't look at it till next week. Oh man, there's got to be another option. No other Swift terminals on your route you could go to, or something like that. It's going to kill you to be down for a week. I know it. It's too bad you're not near home and you could break down near the house. What I mean by that, you could put it in the shop. Somebody could pick you up, take you home, and then you could come back when the truck's done, and you're not paying for a hotel and all that. I just figured women's bodies just dissolve crap automatically. Oh, I almost said something that got me in trouble. I need to watch it. But hey, at least the fuel price is good today at the Phoenix terminal. Yeah, but nobody needs fuel if there's no loads. To be honest, if I was still an owner operator, I would have changed it myself, but I'm still company and let them do it so I don't know the cost. If you're going to owner op, be ready to do your own mechanic work. Yeah, there's so much of that stuff now that even if you're not mechanically inclined, you can watch a YouTube video and do a lot of that stuff yourself and save yourself a ton of money from a shop that's going to charge you 160 or $180 an hour. Now, the important thing is to know your limits and not get in over your head, but simple stuff like that you can do a lot of times by yourself. And if that shop is backed up for a week, that might be an option, but I don't know if he's in an MRP truck and has to do that, or if it's a new enough truck, it's got a warranty. I don't know enough about his situation to know what his options are. As much as possible, exactly. I would bring a load to Florida and then had to go to Georgia to do a paper load. Yeah, when I worked at Roadrunner, I went to Orlando usually 2 or 3 times a month, and it was I would drop at their little terminal there, and I'd pick up at their little terminal and come but right back out. And so I didn't mind going to Florida. I went to Florida all the time, probably more with Roadrunner than any other trucking company I've ever drove for. So it just depends on your situation. I know Prime Ink does a lot of roses and flowers out of Miami area, so it's not a bad deal to go down there with Prime sometimes. I drove on my NOx sensor for 2 days to get it to a terminal. Wow. Yeah, YouTube's an owner operator's best friend. I've said before you could do brain surgery with a YouTube video. Everything's on there. What's going on, Todd? Hey, thanks for being here. Glad you made it. We're doing a marathon show tonight. Dang it, you were here yesterday, so was I. Just my luck I missed you. Yeah, I didn't go to the actual terminal. I the place I tried to get loaded early on Friday and they told me to go fly a kite. So I went over to the pilot truck stop. I didn't want to go to the terminal because I didn't want to go through their inspection bay and be held up and, oh, we got to do this, oh, we got to do that, drop your trailer. I just wanted to get in and out. So I went to the truck stop, but I thought about going over there. I'm hoping I can make it back home and get it fixed there. That would save you the most money for sure. I always drove my truck until I got to a cheaper place or a place I could buy parts and fix it, or until it quit and had to be towed. Yeah, that's something you got to do, and something I'll be doing a lot more of when I use that Volvo. It's uh it's all about the bottom line and saving money where you can. Man, I figured we'd do a lot more Swift jokes tonight. Wouldn't it be funny if that NASCAR couldn't shift? Like if he was missing gears and grinding gears, or if somebody put a "stop whining, I'm effing trying" on the back of his car, or "slow down while I find 10th." I can just think of so many things that'd be funny if they happened in NASCAR. Most of that stuff is nothing that will hurt the truck. It's dumb sensors and stuff, hardly something that should stop you. Yeah, it might affect your fuel economy a little bit, and it probably affects emissions a little bit. But yeah, I would look and see if it's something that's going to do long-term damage to the truck or possibly tear up other components. And if it's not, I would run with it just as long as I could until I was at home or at a breakdown point of where I wanted to be broke down at. That's another allure of that '08 Volvo. It's got a lot less of that junk on it. So I'm excited about that. Like I said earlier in the video, it was nice to just drive the truck and not have sensors trying to take over control and not have beepers and buzzers going off constantly. That's what I miss when trucking was trucking. But if your company, they pay the fuel. Yeah, exactly. If your company, they're probably not going to let it go very long. But I like being in control of the maintenance. A company's not going to let you buy that sensor and replace it yourself. They're going to say, nope, take it to our shop. We're going to fix it. And in Salamanca's case, he's going to sit there for a week. And so if he was a company driver, you'd sit there for a week. Whereas if you're owner operator, you hop out and fix it and you're right back on the road. Check for fluid loss, check your oil, check your belts. Yep, I agree. I agree. Know what's an emergency and what's something that can wait. Yeah, coolant's real important, and have a couple of gallons under the bed because they've all got uh, that sensor that will shut the truck off if it gets too low. Here's a funny one. Here's a funny scenario. Is the NASCAR driver a rookie? Oh, that's hilarious. What if the NASCAR driver had a trainer and they're in training right now? Oh man, that'd be classic. I wonder if they put the NASCAR driver through the Top Gun simulator thing and tested his backing skills or I guess in NASCAR his turning left skills. That's hilarious. So in trucking, I've always considered anybody under a year a rookie because that's what it is in the NFL. Your first season, you're a rookie. Um, but really, even after 25 years, I'm still learning stuff. So in some ways, I'm still a rookie. You don't ever really arrive to where you know everything. You get to where you're pretty comfortable and you know a lot. But if you get to a point where you feel like you know everything, that's when something bad's going to happen. And several of you have experienced me calling you and asking your advice or asking you a question because I don't have all the answers. I can just tell you the dumb things I've done. Maybe they sent him to driver's school. Oh, that's hilarious. All right, I got to get to going. Give me a call when you get a chance. Good night, everyone. Yeah, Brendan, what are you working? I'll give you a call sometime. It may not be tonight because my phone typically blows up after I go off the air, but I'll try to give you a holler tomorrow and see how things are going. Thanks for coming in and staying as long as you did. I appreciate you. How does Swift provide the fuel surcharge to the lease ops while getting paid by the mile? So the fuel surcharge is paid on a cents per mile basis, and it's based on the national average of fuel. And so it's right there in our contracts. You can look up what the average price of fuel is that week, and then see what your fuel surcharge will be within your contract. Last week, I don't remember the exact amount. Seems like it was 50.3 cents a mile, and it's paid on your loaded miles. You don't get any fuel surcharge on your deadhead miles, which is pretty standard in trucking. There's nothing hocus pocus about that. Tim said bye to 38M. Let's count during a racing season and see how many times. Oh yeah, or hits the wall. That's funny. And somebody said it was just for one race, so I don't know if this is a permanent thing or a one season thing, but I know a lot of drivers were upset about it, and I just thought it was funny. My motto is once you think you know it all, everything falls apart. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Salamanca is leaving. He's got to get up early in the morning. All right, man. Have a good night. Thank you for staying as long as you did. Uh, I don't know how much longer we're going to go. Right now, I'm still having fun, and the comments are still coming. But thank you for coming in, and we'll catch you on Thursday if you're able to join us. Maybe he's having a beer with Borat. Oh gosh. Oh, cool. Your phone blows up after the show. Maybe I will call you and add to the call. It's most of the people that call know that it's hard to get a hold of me after the show, so they'll leave a voicemail. And generally, I have to call a lot of people back tomorrow because I just run out of time. But if I miss your call, especially if you don't leave a voicemail, usually the voicemail fills up too. But I'm not purposefully avoiding anybody. I will call everybody back, and if I miss you, just shoot me an email or a text, and I'll call you back as quick as I can. Yeah. Good night, Mr. Salamanca. Good luck with your truck. I wonder what do they do because a NASCAR race is I don't know 3 or 4 hours. What do they do if they need to pee or take a dump? I would guess they have to go on themselves. They can't pull in the pits and run to the bathroom. They'd lose the race. There's not an alternate driver. I don't know, something I never thought about, but it's funny. It's he can't pull over on the shoulder because of the sitting duck policy. He'd get fired. Here comes Swifty Swift. I use an old sanitizing wipe cup, then I dump it and clean it with bleach. Ah, depends. John, that's good. Depends. Oh, well, think about the poor girl that has to interview him at the end of the race. They've been sweating in a car for 3 or 4 hours and peeing and crapping on themselves. I bet they smell like a real delight after the race. Does Swift allow the lease op trucks to be regoverned while operating it? No, absolutely not. And as a matter of fact, there is a it's underlined in bold print in your contract that you won't mess with the truck speed, that it's set what it's set. And even if you own your truck outright, like even if I leased my Volvo onto Swift, They don't mess with the governs on your truck, but they make you sign a deal saying you won't go over 72. They are serious about that. Now, if you are an outside carrier and you're pulling night swift logistics, I've seen some of those go faster, but if you're running on Swift's authority, they make you agree to those terms. The heat dries the pee, they pee. Yeah, but that's, man, I bet you get rash, skin rash, and all kinds of stuff. I bet they're chafed at the end of that race. I can't imagine. I used an old Love's cup, dumped it, and changed the cup at the next few stops. I thought he was going to say he used it for his free refill at Love's. No, I'm glad you change the cup out sometimes. They eat and drink all while going around the track. Wonder if the Swift driver will eat spaghetti and get it all over. They, they Michigan the other day. I'm glad you brought that up. Was writing tickets to drivers that were eating while they were driving. Now, they were calling it distracted driving. Now, I'm not aware of any DOT regulation that says it's illegal to eat while you're driving. And trucks have cup holders up front. I wouldn't think that trucking manufacturers would put something in the truck that would encourage you to break the law. But it was in Michigan, I believe. It may have been Colorado, but one of those two states. I don't remember which one I saw the article in. But just a lot of crazy stuff going on. Oh yeah. Well, now when he stops to fuel the NASCAR, remember he needs to log that on duty, not driving. What if you forget to change it or ah honey, there's something wrong with this lemonade. That's gross. Monkey butt. Oh, there's no loads, but we got all the comedians right here tonight. So Swift says they do not use the cameras for coaching, but in my opinion, they use the cameras for coaching. I'm going to sound like Bill Clinton here, but it really comes down to what your definition of coaching is. Um, but is it possible that some events could be triggered on the camera that could cause you to get a phone call? Absolutely. Is it possible you could be terminated if you? Absolutely. So Swift says we absolutely don't coach. We're not using these cameras for coaching, but it looks a lot like coaching. Again, this video is probably going to get me in trouble. I'm not going to pull it down, but uh, we'll see what happens. The Swift NASCAR driver will be like Will Ferrell on Tongue, shake and bake, baby. Oh, it's too bad the NASCAR driver doesn't look like Will Ferrell. That'd be hilarious. Yes, Marcus, and voice as well. Yep, they say they don't record voice, but they do. I had a guy send me an email of some footage they sent him when they were not coaching him, but coaching him. And you could clearly hear him and his radio in the background. They like to screw drivers because the tickets are higher, but a four-wheeler can eat while putting on makeup, talking on the phone, and that's okay. Yep, absolutely. And plus, the four-wheeler can go to court and fight the ticket. But if you're not local to that area, it's a pain in the butt to try to get a load back to that area to appear for court, to get an Uber or Lyft to court, to be on time. And they know that. They know you're probably just going to pay the ticket and go on down the road. When you're with your mentor, they use the camera inside and voice as well. Yep, they sure do. They sure do. And even if you get your own outside insurance, you have to use their camera if you're a mentor, the way I understand it. If it looks like a duck and sounds like a duck, guess what? Dang cameras. Yep, exactly. Well, the thing that turned me off, and this is what got me in trouble with Swift, when they announced the 4 cameras that were approved, I went to the website of all 4 cameras, and guess what? The first thing was that all 4 cameras talked about coaching. Okay, is that a coincidence? Could be. Could be out of the hundreds of camera choices that's available. They just happen to select 4 that are most proud of their coaching abilities. But it's more than likely by design. And when I said that, there was a lot of people at Swift that didn't like that comment. All right, man. Have a great night. Thank you for sticking with me as long as you did. Eat something good, but don't eat Pilot Flying J pizza. That's why I always carry legal service so they go and fight for me. Yeah, I had a legal service that I did a video about them. Those guys screwed me, and I've got a ticket on my record that they didn't even show up for court for. They just pled me guilty, and I had to pay it. They sorry group of people. They got one ticket that I deserved totally dismissed, and then one ticket I didn't deserve. They didn't even try to fight it. Whataburger. That sounds so good. There's none where I'm at right now, but that sounds good. Have a great night. Enjoy it. And we'll catch you on Thursday. Let's see. Tim likes Whataburger too. Hey, Freedom Works is here. This is another good friend of mine from my dart days. And I think this is his either first appearance in the live or one of his rare appearances in the live. And he's a really good dude. I had a steak dinner with him one day, and he came to Lubbock and we got to hang out for a little bit. Really good guy. They've always helped me. Had to use them once for a seatbelt, one for speed, and one for no truck lane. None are on my record and didn't pay a dime for anything. Well, I was in trouble because they told me to pay court costs up front. And I knew as soon as I did that, they'd lose all motivation. When you give them it's kind of like paying somebody to mow your yard before they mow it. If you, once they got the money, they're not as motivated. Heard the Swift pay period is confusing. So it's not really confusing. Let me break it down for you. If you're Lease, if your company, I don't know. So anything you scan on Tuesday, they guarantee it on Friday pay. Anything on Tuesday. Anything you scan on Wednesday, they'll usually get it on there, but they don't guarantee it. So you should plan on all your Tuesday stuff being on there and consider your Wednesday stuff a maybe. Nobody makes a big deal about it because if you make a big deal about it, they'll say, fine, we won't do any Wednesday. So it's a really nice service they do, and it is really helpful. But just know that anything you scan on Tuesday will be on Friday, and Wednesday probably will be, but it won't be guaranteed. Now, Friday's payday, but when you get paid will depend on your bank. A lot of guys get it Saturday morning if they're with Bank of America or Wells Fargo. Mine usually comes at about Sunday night at about 7:30 p.m. But some banks do Monday. It just depends on your bank when you'll get your direct deposit. But that's a simple explanation of how the pay period works. I'll call you next week, and when you see who I am, you will laugh. Ah, really? Give me a hint, man. You can't leave like that. Tell me who you are. I don't have a clue. Give me a hint. Give me a first name or something. I just bought a large Whataburger bottle of ketchup, the spicy ketchup. Oh man, and Freedom Works is he knows all the cool eating places and things like that. He's kind of a part-time truck driver and a full-time tourist. The cop didn't show up for any of them, so they were all dismissed. Good thing about not living in that state because they don't expect you to show up. Yeah, that's true. Tim Back likes to catch up too, and Freedom agrees. If your company, which I was, you time went from Monday to Sunday and you got paid on Friday. Yeah, I like our deal better because a lot of your loads you'll deliver on Tuesday, so you are going to get paid, or you deliver Monday or Tuesday and you're going to get paid for them. But 9 times out of 10, as a matter of fact, I can only think of one instance that I scanned on Wednesday and I didn't get paid, but it's because I did it late at night and uh, and it worked out okay. I didn't I didn't suffer because of it. I always add Franks to my ketchup, and it's because of Whataburger. Swift payday equal chinnis. Oh yeah, we've been going for a long time. There's been a lot of comedians here tonight. We've heard a lot of jokes about the Swift and NASCAR. Been a little bit of good information here, so I encourage everybody, if you didn't see it from the start, to go back and watch the replay. It's 3 hours, but it's been good conversation and it went really fast. I think you'll enjoy it. Listen to it while you're driving. You don't have to watch it, just listen. That's okay. I'll see the rest on replay tomorrow and burn miles too. Exactly. Exactly. And I appreciate you doing that. Please give it a thumbs up when you get a chance too. That really helps me out a lot. I can't ruin the fun. Oh man, it's is it just tell me this, are you one of the people that is typically a big critic of mine or are you somebody that I'm pretty good friends with? At USA it stops on Saturday at midnight. See, that's rough cuz unless it's a drop and hook, a lot of loads don't deliver on the weekend. But you just adjust your strategy and you learn to live with it, I guess. I'm a sauce person. Next time I see Todd, hopefully we can go get some of that famous Texas barbecue. Todd can explain to me that a real Texan doesn't. Oh no, I put a lot of barbecue sauce on mine. And I actually have a sugar-free barbecue sauce that is really, really good. A lot of my runs were split between 2 weeks. Yeah, I've had that happen a couple of times. So all the bills got to be scanned in by Tuesday. Yes, they guarantee anything scanned by Tuesday, but if you've got one and you slip it in Wednesday, it'll probably be on there too. See, and this is they won't guarantee Wednesday though. Usually life on 18 wheels is right, but they don't guarantee it. So just if it is on Wednesday, do it as early as you can. But Tuesday is the guarantee cutoff. Wednesday's the probably cutoff. Let's see. Dry rub is best. Yeah, there's some people I know in Comanche, Texas that have a dry rub on their brisket that's made out of coffee. And it's honestly the best brisket I've ever had. But I don't think they're cooking anymore. I'd love to have one if they still are. I need to Facebook them and see. Yeah, we scan our bills with an app too, but they don't do it instantly. Pretty close though. You realize how easy trucking is now with advanced technology. You can run your whole business. Yeah, pretty much. And I remember when we used to have to trip pack our stuff in, and you always hoped the company was telling you the truth. They'd say, "Oh, we didn't receive it in time," and you wondered if they really did or not. But now you get a confirmation number as soon as they receive it. Hey Todd, hey Todd, man, I forgot my name. I said Tad. Hey Todd, longtime viewer of the channel. I started my trucking journey in January with training to get my CDL. Just got upgraded to my own truck yesterday. I'm excited for the new adventure. I'm excited for you. Congratulations. Just and Don't get stressed out, and you'll do great out here. If you got any questions, drop them in here or email me, and we'll try to get you the help you need. But congratulations, and we look forward to hearing your stories. I made it to the Swift yard. Oh, good deal. Good deal. You gonna spend the night there or go ahead and truck it home? I'm guessing you're going home. Will Swift allow to run in certain areas to better control where you? Yeah, you can run wherever you want and turn down anything you want. But it's just the more picky you get, uh, the more you're restricting yourself. I knew a guy at Dart, and I've told this story, that he had 30 states he wouldn't run to. And because of his religion, he had, I think it was 2 days a week he couldn't run. So they were having a hard time uh, dispatching him because he was so picky about where he'd run and when he could run. So just try to be as open minded as you can. But if there's somewhere you absolutely don't want to go, then turn it down. Not a critic, but you know me. Oh boy, have we argued before? That narrows it down to like 500 million people. How do you do a T call? So you have to call your home terminal and have the extended coverage team do it. They used to have a macro you could do, but they've done away with the macro. And you put the bills in the little clipboard thing on the front of the trailer, and they'll get it off of you. And there's nothing to scan. They automatically put it on your pay, so you're good there. Yeah, good luck, Spencer. Let us know if you need advice. We're all here to help. Yeah, it's what I tell you guys. If y'all think I'm full of bull, there's a lot of other good guys like Tim in here that will give you advice and help you. Yeah, I agree. There's a guy that I used to go see over near Texarkana that cooks tri-tips right across from the Love's truck stop there. And he had the best tri-tips. I don't think he's there anymore. Marcus, you make more money if you run your recap and keep moving. Try to average 8 per 9 hours a day. I don't know. There's competing theories on that. We've all got the same 70 hours a week. I would say if you can run yourself out in 5 days, take a 34, you can actually get an extra load a weekend. But I do whatever the loads call for. Sometimes I run recaps and sometimes I do run them out as quick as I can. It just depends on the requirements of the load. So Swift has the Ocala terminal. Let's see what else is down there. I don't really know. It seems like they have a couple of terminals in Phoenix, but I always hear them talk about Ocala. Like I said, I have not been to Florida since I've been with Swift, but there's probably some guys in here that can answer that better than I can. Free Freedom Work likes running recaps, but he don't work that much. Every time I call him, he's at a hotel somewhere. I'm just giving you a hard time, Freedom. Maybe. James is usually in here as the mayor. I'm supposed to call him after the show, so maybe that's what he's going to tell me, that that's him. I think I know who you are. I think I know who Trucking Everyday is. Did you and I have a conversation earlier today and you were considering becoming a troll? Yeah, this is fun. You got me curious. I think I know who you are. I think you might be able to answer the question about the terminals in Florida as well. I know exactly who you're talking about. He put me on OT. Okay, I'm lost. I don't know what we're talking about now. Let me scroll up and see if I can figure it out. Sitting 34 hours is never better in my opinion. See, that's when I do my laundry and do some video editing and meet some of you guys, and uh, that's when I do those things. But some people can't sit still and they like to do 8 or 9 hours every day. I think it works out. Hey, Pablo, thanks for being here, man. Glad you made it. So the mayor says Ocala is the only terminal in Florida. He lives in Florida, so I knew he would know better than anybody else. And Mayor, there's some people that think you might be trucking every day, but I'm guessing not. So I'm not sure who trucking every day is. Let's see what else. Man, you don't have any videos up or nothing trucking every day, but you've had your channel a couple of years. Man, I should know who you are. I just don't have any idea. I wish you'd give me a hint though. Ocala Terminal is very small, easy to get stuck because drivers don't care about the one another. Yeah, Greer's that way too. It's kind of a triangle shape, and you can get trapped in there if you're not careful. I think a lot of people look at us truckers and think we work just when we feel like it. I definitely look at Freedom and thinks he works when he feels like it. Freedom is living the life. He's a funny guy. Hey, Freedom, I want to ask you a question. I don't want to call you out, but on that dedicated account you're on, have you heard anything about them only doing teams now and no solo drivers? But you're their reason I'm here. I'm the reason you're here. Are you my cousin? Are you a relative? Because I think I might know who you are. Yeah, I agree with you about tri tips. I do all the chores in 10-hour breaks. I can never sleep more than 6 or 7 hours. Yeah, I used to sleep like 10 or 11 hours. Now I sleep about 6 or 7 because I just got too much uh, stuff to do. And the mayor says that he's not trucking every day. Oh, good. They did the T call automatically. They must have seen you were there. Yeah. So we were truckers coach and I texted him earlier today. He had a driver he wanted me to talk to, and he was asking if he could give him my phone number. And I said, sure. And I asked him because I thought it was weird that he would have another Swift driver contact me instead of advising him himself. And I asked him, are you still at Swift? And he said, yeah. And he seemed surprised by the question. So again, it was in a text message, and you can't read uh, thoughts and stuff into a text message. But the vibe I got from him is that he's still at Swift, and that he was kind of surprised I thought he might have left. But he does seem down. I think his new channel's supposed to be starting soon. I've heard rumors of what the name of the channel is, but I don't know for a fact. And a lot of people think he and I talk all the time. We really don't. We never talk on the phone, and we rarely text. So no drop yards. I would need to find a secure place to park the truck. Now that's a separate question. Maybe the mayor could answer. Are you aware of any other drop yards in Ocala? I hadn't been to Florida since I've been with Swift this time, so I'm just not good to answer that. Let's see. Would be funny if the race car ever showed. Yeah, I said that earlier. That'd be hilarious. And I guarantee you right now, there's YouTubers and TikTokers that are making making videos and stuff that are going to be hilarious about NASCAR and Swift. Is it Chris? Ooh, that's a good guess. Yeah, I just didn't want to call you out. I heard they're not doing any solo drivers right now, that it's all team stuff. Somebody told me that today. So you're a referral, huh? One that has already came here or one that is coming soon? I have no idea. There's been allegations of that, but people accuse me that as well. Um, I had a guy that watched all my videos I did when I was kind of reviewing different trucking companies, and he thought I worked at all those different trucking companies, and I didn't. I even say at the start of those videos, I've never worked at these companies. I just looked them up on the internet, and this is my opinion based on what I saw. Okay, trucking every day says coach is still at Swift. So, for those that are trying to help me solve the mystery about who trucking every day is, he has knowledge about coach. So it's somebody that has talked to probably me and coach both. Man, I'm drawing a blank. Trucking every day, call me tonight and tell me who you are. You're gonna drive me crazy. I won't be able to sleep tonight trying to figure it out. He told me he is done being a recruiter. He just wants to YouTube his trucking. He won't answer any trucking company answers anymore. Yeah, I can definitely understand. YouTube can be a grind and it can wear you down. There's been a couple of times in my YouTube journey where I've taken a couple of weeks off, and there's even been once or twice that I've thought about just quitting it altogether. But this week was one of those weeks I've shared with you guys. But several of you contacted me and kind of gave me a pep talk and got me going again. And so I've appreciated that. Mayor says he drops in Ocala and Bobtail's home. He's not familiar of any drop yards, but you could talk to your OOC and they might could find you somewhere. Uh, Edgar says there's only Ocala. Yeah, I have VA appointments to attend. That's why I asked in regards to running certain areas and taking my 34s in general areas that allow me to make it. Yeah, that would be something. Work with your OOC and tell them your concerns, and they may can custom figure something out for you that works better for you. That's one of the advantages of working with a large company. But once they see how important it is to you, I bet they can figure something out. Okay, you're already here and you're somebody. Did you come on recently or have you been here for a while? Ah, that's a very good guess. Brian thinks that trucking every day is coach. Let me tell you why I don't think it's coach. Because trucking every day said he's going to call me, and coach does not call me. He does not like talking on the phone. He likes text messages. So if trucking every day said I'll text you, then I might believe it was coach. But since trucking every day does not uh, call, or I mean, say that you get what I'm saying. My brain ain't working. Losing my voice, losing my mind. It comes with getting old. I'm 50, by the way. A lot of you have asked how old I am. You're the guy who used his first and last name as your YouTube name. Hmm. I did. Trucker Todd is first and last name for YouTube. So Tim Back, do you know who Trucking Every Day is? He says, "No, I'm not, Coach." See, I knew because he said he was going to call me next week. Not. I wonder why he's waiting until next week. Yeah, the thing about YouTube is the behind the scenes stuff. There's a lot of politics and people trying to stab each other in the back and screw each other over, and it's it's not the people think, oh, you just make a 10-minute video and you get all this money and all this glory, and they don't realize all the editing and research. And I mean, and I'm not even a good editor. Somebody like Joe Wentz, that's a really good editor, his kind of videos, the production quality takes hours and hours and a lot of laser focus, and people don't realize what all goes into it. You can't be coach or your name would be a lie. Just kidding, Jason. uh, let's see. Now that Swift bought out AAA Cooper, maybe you can drop in their yard. I've T called. Yeah, that's true. It's and that's why I want him to get with his OOC, because they can think outside the box. Hey, they want their trailers and equipment to be in a secure place too. So it's in their interest to work with you and find something that's convenient for you and that gives them the security they want. I feel really confident they're going to help you. He said he would call you to this you off. He probably would text you as he does. Ah, maybe to throw me off. I don't know. I kind of feel like if it was coach, he would say it is, but maybe it is. Maybe it's somebody else from the round table. Not you trucking every day. You've got everybody stumped trucking every day. You need to give us a better clue. If I call you, will my name pop up while you're on here? Yeah, on my phone it will. I'll see it. I won't answer because I'm in here, but at least I'll know who it is. Well, it'll pop up if you're somebody that I've talked to on the phone before, which I guess I am, and I've got you saved in my phone. He was a guy that was your referral and would come on at first and ask a lot of questions, and then I didn't see him again for a while. We've had a lot of people do that. People will, you pick people up, you lose people. I've got several hundred people in my phone because sometimes guys will disappear for a couple of years and they'll come back. And so you pick some up, you lose some, and for different reasons. And some of them, they find their job and they don't have time anymore, or they get out of trucking. Trucking every day, you wouldn't happen to be Chris, would you? From Little Rock? Does the lease op deduction start coming out the first week, or is like the insurance and all that? It starts pretty much right away. Um, they don't waste a lot of time. The only thing that doesn't come out right away is the truck payment. Everything else, it's as quick as they can do it. Yeah, it's kind of fun to play. Oh, I've got my phone on do not disturb. Let me see if I can. I've got a lot of message, but none of them are from him or her. Trucking every day. Man, there's a lot of messages on here. Have you guys noticed you're getting a lot more spam calls than what you used to. It's emails and spams. Okay, now see, that's a good hint, but the problem is, okay, I'm going to take a guess. Is it Ryan? I've got a lot of people with duplicate names, but I'm thinking it might be Ryan. It's not Ryan. All right, text me or call me or something. He says it is not Ryan. Yeah, I'm sick of all the emails, and they call from different numbers trying to give me health insurance. I'm perfectly happy with the insurance I've got. Man, I thought I had you with Ryan. Oh boy. Okay, at least tell me this. Why are you waiting till next week to call me? So, on tax questions, I'm not going to give my opinion, but I'll tell you what Trucker CFO says. He said if your gross net income, which is after truck payment, diesel, and all that come out, is more than 75,000, that it makes sense to form an LLC. He said if it's not, then it does not make sense to do it. So that would be my answer for now. Is probably not according to Trucker CFO in the beginning, but definitely once you start becoming more successful. And again, if you want to come the last Tuesday of the month, uh, I think we're going to have him on unless Matt's interferes with that, and we'll ask him again. But that's my understanding, and it's there's there's some expense to it and stuff. You might want to wait till you got uh, a little more money saved up and stuff, but we can sure discuss it with him if you want to come in then, or you can give him a call directly, and he'd be happy to help you. This is a good guessing game. I'm always busy, but it's going to drive me nuts not knowing who you are, because at first I thought you might be a troll that had made my life a living hell, but now I'm thinking you're a good guy that I've probably talked to before, and we're probably friends, but I don't have a clue who it is. It's I'm going to need a better clue. There you go. Tim Back has hired a private eye, and he's probably running a background check as we speak. We're going to find out who this is. And trucking every day, you're going to be the most famous guy in here. Yeah, anybody can start an LLC on their own. I went through Trucker CFO because honestly I didn't know what I was doing, and I'm going to need help setting up payroll, and I wanted somebody to walk me through the process that had done it several times and knew what they were doing. If you know what you're doing and you don't need Trucker CFO, then you can do it on your phone, and so yeah, but yeah, you can do it. You can go online and do it yourself if you feel comfortable doing those things. All right, now we're getting to the meat and potatoes. And I'm leaning back. I'm getting way too comfortable. Uh, we talked, and I said if we were neighbors, we would be friends. I remember that conversation, but I don't remember who it was. This ain't Gary, is it? Yeah, I already had an EIN, but they said when I got my LLC, I needed a different EIN. So the first EIN was for my name, and the second EIN is for Trucker Todd LLC. No, no. He said that if he lived next to me, we'd be good friends. I didn't say it to him, but there's a lot of you in this group that if geography wasn't a problem, we'd probably be fishing buddies or go eat a hamburger together or something. I've met a lot of cool people on here, but I do remember that specific conversation he's talking about. We talked for probably 30 or 45 minutes, had a good conversation, and he said he felt like that if he lived near me, that we'd probably be good friends. But I hadn't heard from him since then, and it's been probably 2 or 3 weeks. And so I remember the conversation, but I don't remember the name. And man, it's driving me crazy. I'm still clearing messages off my phone just in case. Yeah, that's what Trucker CFO told me too, and that's why I went through him because I didn't want to make a mistake, and there's some things I know a lot about and some things I don't know anything about, and so yeah, that's. But I'm glad I got them helping me. I had a different colored truck. Yeah, I remember you. You had I want to say it was like a red Volvo. Am I right? And I really think it's not the Gary I'm thinking of, but because he lives in Little Rock. But I think you sent me a picture of your truck. That may be how I figure out who you are. Man, this is it's not Kevin. Oh, it's purple. See, I even got the color wrong. Oh, you're making me look bad here. You got to help me out. Says his truck's purple. It's not Gary. Yeah, mine is actually a dark, dark blue, but it looks black in some pictures and it looks purple in some pictures. Justin. So they do reimburse for some scale tickets. It has to be on a T-called load that's over 35,000, but now they're saying that they reimburse on all of them. And so that's it's not what your contract says. Your contract says they reimburse on T-called loads over 35,000. But somebody was saying the other day that they're doing all scale tickets. Swift has changed so much stuff lately that I would ask a recruiter. We get into the weeds like this. Here's what's happening. They're changing stuff, and if I give the wrong information, people just roast me on YouTube. So I quit giving the information because I'm tired of it being a gotcha moment. So as far as I know, my contract says it's loads over 35,000 that are T called, but some people are saying it's all loads, and so I really don't know at this point. That's one of the things that is really frustrating at Swift right now. You team, this wouldn't be 38M's wife, would it? So here's another tough question. As far as I know, right now they're not charging a down payment, but they've been talking about charging a down payment that you could pay out $100 a week. And they've been talking about reducing the no truck payments from 4 weeks to 2 weeks. To the best of my knowledge, they have not done that yet, but it could happen at any point. They've been talking about it for a couple of months now. So you guys, um, if you're thinking about leasing, don't piddle around because you might miss out on the 4 truck payments or the oh man, I must be getting tired, or the down payment. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Hit the thumbs up. Yeah, please do, because my mind is slipping slowly, as you can see. But I'm trying to stay here as long as I can. What did you want to know about T-called loads, Marcus? T-called load is a load that's repowered. So you pick a load up in Phoenix, you take it to Denver, you drop it at the terminal. Somebody else picks it up in Denver and takes it to Pennsylvania. That would be a T-called load or a repowered load, something like that. Oh, you're the ones who had the Volvo they wouldn't accept and went to MRP instead. No, that's 38M, and then that truck crapped out on them, so they went back to their old job. And they actually took the Volvo. Swift did, but his wife was having trouble driving a stick. She needed an automatic, and that's why they did the MRP truck. Ah, Marty, another person from Texas here. So nope, it's not them either. Man, you've stumped me, trucking. You're saying enough stuff that I know you're real, because I remember the conversations and I remember the truck, but I cannot for the life of me think of your name. It's a little embarrassing. Keep up all the great work you're doing, Todd. Thank you. Thank you, Freedom. And I'm sorry for making fun of you tonight. I couldn't resist. It's your first time in here. I had to give you a hard time. You're welcome, Joseph. All right, man. Enjoy your time off and good luck at the VA. And don't let the stuff stress you out. Yes, I absolutely know you cannot lease with the California CDL, and you're probably going to have a hard time finding any company that would let you lease out of California until they get something done about AB5. Marty Cruz. Somebody asking if I'm still at Swift. I'll let my shirt answer that question. Yes, I'm still at Swift, still doing good here. T-call or repower is a load that 2 or more drivers are on it. One picks up one. Yep, exactly. Yep. Tim did a much better job of explaining it than I did. Okay, we're still going strong. We're at the 4 hour mark. This is officially, I think, the longest live I've ever done. Um, it's been fun, lots of laughs. I hope those of you that didn't get to see it all will be able to catch it on the replay. I've got to drive some more tonight. I'll probably wrap it up pretty soon. If you guys got anything else, okay, yeah. Unless trucking every day, either text me or gives me a really good clue, and then we'll know who he is, or she. It could be a she. I'm thinking it's a he though, because I remember the purple Volvo, and I remember they were going to drive team, and oh man, I watch a lot of your videos, and you've been a good help in giving me strength to move forward. Well, thank you, Joseph. That's nice of you to say. I appreciate that. Good night, Tim. Back. Have a great night. Are you not going to stay here and help me figure out who trekking every day is? Oh yeah, yeah. I don't have a clue. He hadn't texted me yet, so I don't know. Will Swift install items that you would like to have on your truck for you? So I would think generally yes. It would depend what it is and what kind of lease you're in. What are you wanting to get put on the truck? All right, Brian. Have a good night. Getting up at 5 a.m. Um, yeah, I'm just afraid we're starting a new thing on the show. Name that guest or name that commenter, and we're all gonna create names and try to guess who each other is. That might be a fun show to do, like on a Friday night. Uh, I'll pick like two or three guys and say, come come up with a oh crud, come up with a fake name, and we'll try to guess who you are on there. Oh man. Well, email me real quick at todd@truckertodd.net. Yeah, and my number's out there. I give it out pretty freely because if I get a weirdo, I just block them. But trucking every day, I remember the conversation. He's definitely not a troll, and I want to say I was just coming out of the house when I talked to him. So the trucks will have a refrigerator for the most part. They'll have an inverter for the most part, and almost all of them have a TV mount. As soon as I say they all have it, then one will pop up that doesn't. But generally, the newer the truck is, the more of those things it has. All right, Tim, I appreciate you, man. Have a good night. Thank you for coming in. Uh, it seems like you and me are the only ones guessing now. I really felt like it was Coach too for a minute, but now I don't think it's Coach. I don't think it's Tim because Tim and I have never really talked. It could be, it's not Lonnie because none of those people that I talked to in this conversation he's talking about that had a purple Volvo. Let me see here. Ah, is it Mike? Is it Mike? Ah, ah, man, I would have never guessed that because you didn't, you hadn't commented much on here, but you got us all going. Do you want me to say who it is or do you want me to keep it a secret? So I've got to figure out why you're not showing in my text messages. I've got you saved in my phone. You and I have never texted, or your texts aren't in my phone. I bet you're in my old email I don't use no more. Okay, nobody, he doesn't want me to reveal who he is. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, the last time we talked was on November 30th. I think, well, that was by email. November 30th. Let me see about phone calls. I'm sure this is riveting for everybody else that's watching. Oh, yeah. Well, the last time we talked, December 29th. Well, you got to forgive me. That's been a couple of months ago. First time we talked was December 5th on the phone. So that bring up a good question. Why have you waited so long to contact me? No, I got to tell you the truth. Swift technically does not have what they call a discount on their fuel. They have a rebate, which is 5 cents at the big five truck stops, and it's terrible. I admit that. Uh, I'm not going to defend their fuel discount. That's why I recommend getting your own fuel card. CS Advantage. I don't have the link in the description tonight, but if you email me, I can send it to you, and you'll save a ton of money on fuel. He will tell me next time we talk, but I can also keep a secret. Yeah, I think he doesn't mind me telling you, Tim. He just don't want me to post it in the group. Yeah, we've only talked. I saw that. Hey, Night 77, thanks for being here. I'm doing great. This is actually one of my favorite lives. I've had fun tonight, had a lot of laughs, and we had a good time trying to guess who Trucking Every Day was. We never guessed it, but he emailed me, and I know who it is now, and so I can rest peacefully tonight after I finish driving. But yeah, definitely Trucking Every Day. Call me. Don't wait 2 or 3 months. Call me. When I saw your name, I thought you might already be at Night Transportation. Um, the lease, I'd be happy to talk to you about it. If that's something you're interested in, you can email me. I'm not going to push you into it or push you away from it. I can just tell you what my experience has been and my opinion of it, but I'd be happy to discuss it with you. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm glad, and I hope that if it's ever not good, you'll call me and allow me the chance to try to help you. But it really makes me happy to hear when guys come here and they're doing well and they're happy. But like you said, I think you and me might become friends. Just stay in contact with me. Call me. I get real bad about forgetting to call people. So call me. And yes, I'm always busy, but I will call back. And Saturdays and Sundays seem to be a good day to call me. I get a lot less calls on those days. And so it'd be good to hear from you again. Yeah, thanks for making it fun, Trucker Every Day. That was fun. And I'm so glad you weren't a troll. All right, Wesley, have a good night. Get some rest. Yeah, thanks. I almost said your name. Thanks, Trucking Every Day. So, as an independent contractor, you can go home every time, anytime you want to, and you can stay as long as you want to. But you got to remember your truck payments never stop, and your insurances never stop, and you've got to manage your home time just like a business. And no business, even Walmart, opens by saying, "How often can I be closed?" And so I'm not pointing any fingers. I take a ton of time off. You guys know that, but I plan for it and I run it like a business. And that's what you want to do. Um, Now it is over the road. So if you're thinking you're going to be home every other day or every other weekend, it's possible if you live in the right area and you get a dedicated run or something, but it's going to be hard to get you home every single weekend or every other day or something like that unless you just happen to live in the right area. Wow, that's pretty good. Don't really like to tell numbers, but we're doing about 5 grand a week. That's not bad. That's 2,500 a piece. That's nothing to sneeze at in this economy. Yeah, like Tim said. But you'd be surprised, Tim. There's a lot of companies now that are trying to regulate when drivers can go home. I talked to a couple of trucking companies that said they wanted you to stay out 3 weeks and you could only go home for 3 days. On Craigslist in Lubbock right now, there's trucking companies that uh, they're looking for owner operators that have their own trucks, and they're telling them they must agree to stay out 6 weeks at a time. And I don't see how you can tell a guy that owns his truck outright how often he can go home. Tim wants to know if that's gross or net. Trucking every day says that's net. That's good money. Yeah, I agree. It sounds like they're killing it. But I remember this guy, and he's a pretty smart cookie. I think I remember telling him that he was going to be successful. It is not little guy. I don't even know little guy. I've heard a lot of people talk about him, but I've never watched any of his videos. So it's I can tell you it's not little guy. I know who it is now. I live in South Carolina. So they've got a lot of stuff over there that runs up and down I-95. I would recommend getting with Michelle and seeing what's available in your area. She's a lead recruiter, and she's going to have a lot more knowledge about those things than what I'm going to be able to tell you here in a video. And like I say, if you go to my website, it's at the ticker too, www.truckertodd.net. It's got a link you can click that'll take you right to Michelle. And if she don't answer, you can leave her a voicemail and she'll call you back. If she don't, then you can message me through there or email me through that email there, and I'll get in touch with her and make sure you two get in contact. Tim, about 4,500. So he's running about 4,500 miles a week. It's not lease op if you have rules except for safety. Yeah, that's my thoughts too, Tim. I agree. And there's tons of companies and they've got drivers trained to where even though they lease their truck, or even if they have a title to their truck, that they're asking, how often can I go home? And that shouldn't be a discussion you're having with the company. That's your choice. As long as you don't owe them any pennies, you can do what you want, but you just have to realize it's going to affect your income. That's not bad at all. And this home you see behind me here, I'm in this home a lot more than I'm in my real home. I'm out here working just like you guys are. Once you reach the end of an MRP lease, and God forbid you're not able to obtain financing for the remainder, will they make you vacate the truck? So that's been the subject of a lot of controversy lately. For a long time, they were telling people they would finance the balloon payment. In the contract, it says it's their discretion. So the truth is, nobody knows. It would depend on the market and their mood on that day. I would say, like Fran said earlier in the show, plan your life like no, they're not going to finance the balloon payment, and then maybe at the end you'll be pleasantly surprised. But it does say in the contract it's their discretion. It's just until recently we thought their discretion was yes, they would, and now it's a guessing game. Nobody really knows what they'll do 3 years from now. And some of it may depend who the leadership is at that point, if it's the same people or different people or what. Okay, his first name is Shannon. And so there, everybody, if some of you, if you know who Shannon is, it's Shannon. Knight says he's been talking to her a lot. Yeah, she's really good about giving you a good, straight, honest answer. Did did you list me on your application, or did you find her before you found me, or how did that work? Either way, I still want you to stay in contact, and I still want to help you. I'm just curious. Yeah, she is very nice, and I've met her in person. She's a really good person that's caught a lot of crap on YouTube that she doesn't deserve. 5,000 net on 4,500 miles is really good. Take home over $1 a mile. Proud of you. That means you know how to. Yeah, and they're not sitting a lot. They're not idling. No, I listed her. Oh, that's awesome. Then at some point in time, and it doesn't have to be right now, but when you get your truck, email me and let me know how it's going. Don't be like trucking every day and wait 3 or 4 months. Let me know how it's going, if you have any problems or if things are going good. And when you talk to Michelle, tell her I said hi. For some reason, we lost our LinkedIn feed, and I don't know why, but we're still going strong. LinkedIn may have a limit, a 4 hour limit or something. But what else have we got? This is the longest feed we've ever done. I'm not going to be able to do these every time we get on here, but it was just a lot of fun tonight. It's been a stressful week. A lot of stuff has happened kind of behind the scenes. I've got an aunt that's in the hospital right now having dialysis, and so it's nice to get on here and kind of cut up and have fun. And yeah, we're still going strong. Mayor, did you leave? Shame on you, Mayor. Okay, my home time's very important because of my family. Yeah, I'm the same way. We get so often we get focused on money on here and how much we're bringing home, and if we're making more than this guy or that guy. For me, it's all about home time. I just want to have enough money that I can go home and enjoy my time with my family, and not worry about bills and things like that. To me, that's the ultimate success. It's not how big of a house I can get. It's not how big of a settlement I can post. It's just about spending time with family and loved ones and friends, and doing the things I enjoy doing. Todd doesn't get all his recruits, so if you use him, send him an email letting him know. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's true. Michelle's excellent about giving me my referrals. There are some recruiters that are less than excellent, and look, I know I'm going to lose some of them for various reasons, and that's okay. I appreciate each and every one of you. Even if you don't list me, if you just watch the videos, that still helps me. But I really appreciate those of you that take the time and make it a priority to list me as well. So so if you're a company driver, yes, you have to ask, and you only get 25 miles. If you're a lease purchase, you can do it as much as you want as long as you're legal with it. Now, you can get yourself in a big pickle if you don't know uh, how to use personal conveyance or when it's allowed. So if you're not sure, get with somebody that knows and make sure. And I wouldn't even say safety, there's some of them that don't know. Make sure you're using it correctly so that you don't get yourself in trouble and getting pulled away. But I've PC'd as much as 400 miles in one day, never had a problem, and I didn't have to ask any permission, but I know how to use it. And I'll tell you this, if I'm in Dallas and going to Lubbock and I've got enough hours, I'll just run it on regular hours because I'm going to take a 34 in the house anyway. Yeah, Tim, you got to juggle sometimes and buy fuel in strange places. Yeah, exactly. And I bet he's doing some of the things I talk about using the different apps and shopping for the best fuel and things like that. Oh, okay. When you said still alive, I thought you might have left and came back. Yeah, keeping expenses down, watching fuel, and doing your own maintenance can all help. Yeah, I agree. Right now, I'm trying to get a lot of money. It's buying the truck, plus my wife works a really good job. Oh, that's awesome. So you should be okay, but you got to prepare because at some point, and it may be a few years from now, at some point that truck's going to break and it's going to be expensive. And it ain't the repair that'll kill you, it's the downtime. So be saving every penny you can so that if you need a hotel for 2 weeks, you got it. Or if you need to fly home and fly back when it's ready, you can do it. That's uh that's the secret to longevity. two incomes, so with a one house type of living, because only house and moderate bills. That's a good way to be. Nothing major at home. I got a lot of bills at home, which was a big mistake on my part, and I'm trying to pay off a lot of debt. I guess I'll leave for real now. It's been fun, guys. Hope everyone has a great night. Thanks, Trucking Every Day. You made the show fun tonight, and we appreciate you being here. I hope you can join us on Thursday night and give me a call. Um, I'll email you my number since you said you don't have it. Uh, Tim's leaving with Shannon. No more fun. I understand, man. Have a great night. We'll catch you on Thursday. We're gonna wind this down pretty quick. I've been saying that for 3 hours, but we really are. This is the first time we've interacted, but you're still listed as my referral on my app. I've watched so many of your videos, I felt you deserved it. Well, thank you, Marcus. I appreciate that. If I run into you out here, I'll buy you dinner. And if you're at Matt's, a bunch of us are going to go to the Gordon Ramsay Steakhouse one of those nights. Maybe you can go with us or something. I don't know if I'll buy your dinner there. I hear it's pretty pricey, but maybe you can go with us or something if you're in the area. You're the man, Marcus. Todd is a good guy. He'll always help you out, even if you don't use him. Yeah, exactly. I really appreciate you guys. Like I said, the thing, and I know I keep harping on this. The thing you guys did that impressed me the most out of all the years of doing videos was that night that my feed went down, and you guys sat there for 10 minutes and stared at a black screen while I tried to get one of my devices working. That made an impression on me, and that's why I'll give you 4.5 hour videos if you want them. It may be to my detriment at some point, but I'll give them to you as long as I can. Thank you, Night. Have a great night, and email me. Let's talk. Especially if you're getting your truck, tell me what you're getting, and uh, send me pictures. If I see you first, Todd, I'm buying you dinner. I'll be quicker than you. That's fine. That's fine. I always feel guilty when somebody buys me dinner though, because I always feel like I need to go cheap, and I usually order expensive. So I like to buy so I can get whatever I want. But as long as we don't go somewhere expensive, I'll let you buy. I'm just glad you're doing well. That means a lot to me. That's I mentioned a minute ago that success is being able to do the stuff you want with your family. Well, it's also when you guys tell me that you're doing well, or that one of my videos helped you, or something like that. That really, I had a guy at Dart that he came up to me at the Lancaster yard, and he was like crying and saying how much I had changed his life. And he called his wife in front of me, and he's like, "You won't believe who's here. It's Trucker Todd." And back then, I had like 300 subscribers. I didn't think I was anything, but to him, I'd made a big difference in his life, and me and him still talk. And so that's been the other thing. I've made a lot of good friends out here, and you guys have taught me things, and I've learned a lot from y'all, and hopefully y'all have learned some things from me too. But I think I've said enough to. I've definitely in 4.5 hours said some things that'll get me in trouble, and 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 things like that. I'm a celebrity. I'm definitely not a celebrity. I in the early '90s I made Burger King commercials, and I was a lot more of a celebrity than I am now. I delivered a load out to Tracy, California, and a guy told me that was his favorite commercial, and he asked me if he could have my autograph, and I thought he was joking, and he was dead serious. And so I'm not a celebrity. I'm definitely a recognizable face in the trucking community, but there's YouTubers out here that are far bigger than me. Truckers Coach is far bigger than me. Uh, Trucking Answers is far bigger than me. Mother Trucker. Uh, I mean, the list goes on and on. But in my genre for what I do, it's a decent sized channel. And I've had some of the people of those names I just mentioned that said they would gladly trade all their subscribers for my 5,000 because of how you guys treat me and support me. So this whole channel is you guys. You guys are what make this thing tick, and I don't ever forget that. You guys could, I mean, you guys could end this tomorrow, but y'all come back and y'all keep supporting me, and that's what keeps it going. And I hope if you don't get nothing out of this video, uh, I hope that you get that. No Fear says, I went back and watched a lot of your videos in the past couple of days. Oh gosh, some of them are terrible. Like I would go to an orientation and I would video what the hotel room looked like. Stuff like that. Some of them are awful. Some of them are pretty good. I did a video that I thought was excellent where I talked about would you do business with yourself? And it was a video about if you're the kind of truck driver that, you know, dispatchers want to work with, that brokers want to work with. And I thought it was a great video, but it wasn't that popular. And then I did a video I thought was terrible where I was taking a dump at a TA and they raided my stall. And that was one of my most popular videos for over a year. So it's just funny. You never know what's going to take off and what's going to be a flop. Oh, did you say anything that would get you in trouble here? Just call Michelle. Yeah, I said a lot tonight that'll get me in trouble. So we'll see. The thing people don't realize is I'm a human and I've got a temper just like you do, and I don't always behave the way I should or do the things I should, and so occasionally I'm going to make a mistake. But the difference is, as soon as I make a mistake, I got a lot of people waiting to get me in trouble, and or to condemn me or to make fun of me, and so it's taking some getting used to. But I'm getting to where I can laugh at it too now. Also, these I see desperate people doing desperate things, and uh, good on them if they do it and it works, then they'll get a lot of viewers. And if it don't work, then maybe they'll change because I'm very happy with the growth of this channel and the direction it's going. And I just hope that if you know somebody watching this show, that you'll encourage them to subscribe as well. Because it really does help me when y'all do that and give it a thumbs up, share it, all those stuff. So he's got Melissa and Allison. I haven't personally met either one of them, but I do believe they know who I am. When you told them about me, were they familiar with Trucker Todd? If not, they can call Michelle and get all my information. I'm trying to get around and meet all of them, but honestly, a lot of the recruiters are so scattered across the country that it's not an easy task. A lot of them are in Phoenix. It's easy to get to Phoenix. It's hard to get out of Phoenix. Some of them are in Edwardsville. I don't know what just happened. Addison, I've heard a lot of good things about Addison. I believe Addison is in Salt Lake City. Is that right? I'm not sure where Melissa's out of, but I think Addison's out of Salt Lake City. I've never, to the best of my knowledge, had a phone conversation with them, but I think they're familiar with me and may have even watched a video or two. Um, I'm not 100% sure on that either. Okay, we're down to, well, we're starting to come back up again. In my experience, the majority of the MRP Freightliners are white, just mainly because they were company trucks in their previous life. Ah, okay. So yeah, Addison's in Salt Lake. If I can get a load up that way, I'll try to meet him. But also Ian is up there, which Ian is head of recruiting, and I'm trying to get up there and meet with him too. And I just hadn't been able to get out that way as much as I'd like to. And there's always scheduling conflicts. And because the thing people don't realize is I actually drive the truck. And so, yes, I make videos, but I have a very tight schedule for when I can do things. And they have a tight schedule. They're busy. So we have to try to work around those things, and I do as much as I can when I can. But I always wish I could do more for you guys and give you more information. And I've begged Swift to share information with me as they get it, and I'll put it out to you guys. And so far, it's been slow to trickle down. I don't know if that's by design or if that's just the way they are. But I'm going to go ahead and cut this off. We're here at 4 hours and 31 minutes. We're down to 11 viewers. Almost everybody's gone to sleep, and I need to get back to driving. So, you guys have a great night, guys and gals. I don't mean to offend anybody. Everyone here, thank you for being here. And we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. Thank y'all for sticking with me, and we'll catch you on the next one. See you Thursday night at 5 Central. Bye bye.